Got the gavel?
Hello, everybody. Where's the gavel? So I'm calling to order the Richmond City Council meeting for April 6th. We are going to do roll call? April 7th. Can we have roll call, please?
Yes. A roll call, Councilmember Brown,
Here.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Presente.
Councilmember Wilson,
Here.
Councilmember Zepeda,
Here.
Vice Mayor Robinson.
Here.
For the record, Councilmember Bonner and Mayor Martinez are absent for roll call. Okay, during closed session, the council will discuss the following items. Item C1, Public Employee Performance Evaluation, Title City Clerk. Item C2, Conference with Real Property Negotiator. Property is located at 1414 Harbor Way South. Agency Negotiator, Lena Velasco, Emily Combs, and Dave Alshire. Negotiating parties, Orton Entertainment LLC. And under negotiation are the price and terms of payment. Item C3, Conference with Labor Negotiators. Agency representatives Sharon Taylor, Jack Hughes, and Lisa Charbonnet. Employee organizations include SEIU Local 1021, IFPTE Local 21 Mid-Level Management and Executive Management Units, Richmond Police Officers Association, Richmond Police Management Association, IAFF Local 188, and Richmond Fire Management Association. For the record, Mayor Martinez is present. We do have two requests to address the council. Cordell Hendler and Nate Lonzo, you'll have 2 minutes. Please begin.
Okay, so good afternoon, Mayor Martinez, Council. For the record, I am Cordell Henley, and I have two comments to share with you all today. So, number one, I think Pamela Christian has done an outstanding job as the city clerk. So, when you go back in there, you better put in she put in a lot of time to make sure that the agendas is prepared and the minutes as typed perfectly. So, she has staff too, but when you go back in there, think of all the contributions that she has done to making sure that the meetings are running in a timely manner. So that's when you go back there. Now, number two, we are in a staffing shortage. Once again, we want Detective Hodges to return because his caseload is like this thick. And so I'm thinking to myself, do we want Detective Hodges back? Yes, we do. Because if we want the Richmond Police Department to maintain officers, we need Detective Hodges back as soon as possible. So when you go back in there, think about what I just said. So, and with that, Nate Lonzo.
Our next speaker is Nate Lonzo, and if there's anyone joining us online that would like to address the council, please raise your hand at this time.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Nate Lonzo. I'm speaking on behalf of the Richmond Police Officers Association and the officers who serve this city every day. I'm here for two reasons. First, again, to ask this council to support a fair, competitive, and marketable contract for Richmond police officers. Second, to demand accountability from City Manager Curl to return Detective Hodges to work immediately. We cannot properly serve this city from the public safety aspect the way the citizens deserve, being understaffed, not being able to retain and recruit the best possible officers. I believe you all were provided with comp surveys from POA President Terrio. We're in the bottom quarter of that comp survey, okay? When we were in the top half many years ago, we used to have hundreds of applications from potential candidates from all over the state, ladder officers, academy graduates, people seeking to get into law enforcement, and we could choose the very best of the best. Now, we might have 6, maybe 10. And I know this because I used to be part of the personnel and training section. I wasn't part of recruitment, but I was the FTO coordinator, all right? And not being able to recruit the best candidates, we suffer because it used to be the norm when I started where people would enter the training program and they'd go through some challenges, not much, but now people get extended. That's because we're not getting the best of the best. Thank you. Have a good afternoon.
Okay, that was our last in-person speaker. We have 2 online speakers.
And those speakers are Ben Terrio and Sam. Ben Terrio, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Ben Terrio, President of the Richmond Police Officers Association. I sent in, provided to all your city email addresses, a significant amount of documents and data. You know, that analysis, again, is important to list. I've listed a RPOA 30-year historical list, which is our list that we've used for 30 years, in addition to adding San Francisco and BART. I've also used that salary schedule with the city council's list, and then another one with all those cities combined, both council and the POA and SF and BART. In all of those, all 3, the POA is in the bottom third, bottom quarter of all of those charts. And that's what matters because the data is unambiguous. It's not a minor discrepancy for a mid-career officer with 10 years of service that our package essentially lags behind. And for the requests, I've also provided since 2015, the POA's tracking of folks who have departed Richmond and are lateral to other places, which mostly include reasons of pay, benefits, retiree health, and lack of support from inside the police department and the city council. Also per requests, provide information about retiree medical OPED trust and what we're looking for on that. And last but not least, the RPOA 555 bargaining brief and issues on STEP and longevity. There's a lot of information there, a lot to unpack, but there's plenty, I think, to cut through the fog of what has actually been sent to you or what has not been sent to you. And then lastly, again, we asked for Detective Hodges to be returned to work. My understanding is the city manager has all the information that she has requested, and yet here we are still with Detective Hodges not returned to work.
Your
That is
time has
unacceptable.
expired. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Sam. Sam, please unmute yourself. Please state your last name for the record and you may begin.
Yes, my name is Sam Lee. You guys probably know me from Phillerburger here at 1100 23rd Street. Yeah, first of all, I was actually tuning in for an entirely different reason, but it does regard safety, and I'd like to thank the staff of the Richmond Police Department, the dispatchers and the officers out there that are really putting in hard work to keep our city safe. And unfortunately, I had to call upon their services for a recent incident where my elder father, a senior citizen, was attacked by a member of the community. And I had to come to his defense. And thankfully, the Richmond Police were able to come out and respond to the call as well. So did the Richmond Fire Department to help address some of the other safety issues that were related to this. Ms. Brown, Councilman Brown, I tried reaching out to you by email and by phone a couple of times. I even tried to seek you out on Instagram, but I haven't heard anything. But we're in District 1, and I spoke to the neighbors up and down the street, and we fought a lot of safety issues lately, and we've been trying to get a hold of you. If you have some time, please respond to the email or stop by here and visit me at the shop so we can discuss in detail how to make our community safer. But that was mostly why I want to get a hold of the city council here to address some of the safety issues that are going on in District 1. And Ms. Brown, if you can, like I said, get back to me so we can figure out how we can best respond to this. Thank you very much. And thank you, Richmond PD, and thank you, Richmond Fire.
Thank you, and that was our last speaker.
With the last speaker, we close public comment and we will adjourn to closed session. Right. Welcome, everyone. It's on? Okay. Well, thank you, everyone, for putting up with sound difficulties. We will do the best that we can until we get the sound working. We will begin the regular City Housing Authority meeting with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Roll call.
Commissioner Bonham?
I'm here.
Commissioner Brown?
Here.
Commissioner Jimenez?
Presente.
Commissioner Wilson?
Here.
Do it again.
Here.
All right.
Commissioner Zepeda?
Here.
Vice Chair Robinson?
Here.
Lieutenant Commissioner Scott?
Here.
And Chair Martinez.
Here.
Our next item, the statement of conflict of interest. Are there any? Hearing none. Next item is agenda review. This is for the Richmond Housing Authority. Okay. Hearing no changes, our next item is open forum for the Housing Authority. We have one speaker, Cordell Hendler.
So, is this on? Oh, yeah. So, good evening, Chair Martinez, Commissioners. For the record, I am Cordell Hendler, and I'm a Richmond resident. So, I looked at the March 3rd minutes, and I think it looks fine. So, I'm asking the Commission to approve it as presented. That's it.
Okay, we're having problems with our timer. Hold on one second. Okay, that was our only speaker for the Housing Authority open forum. Now we'll move to the Housing Authority public hearing and pursuant to public notice. It's time to hold a public hearing to adopt a resolution approving the Richmond Housing Authority annual plan and 5-year plan and authorize submission of the proposed annual plan and 5-year plan to U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. KCRT, can you please bring up the PowerPoint? Good evening, Chair, Commissioners, and public. My name is Antoinette Terrell, Executive Director of the Richmond Housing Authority. This evening, I will be presenting Richmond Housing Authority's 2026 annual plan, along with updates to our 5-year plan covering 2026 through 2030. Next slide, please. As you can see, this is our recommended action that the City Clerk just read. Next slide, please. The annual plan is required by HUD to document and serves as our application for capital funding. It outlines our key activities, policy updates, and progress towards our agency goals. For RHA, this plan reflects continued progress under our Public Housing Authority Recovery and Sustainability Agreement, FARS, while advancing our asset repositioning efforts. Next slide, please. While the annual plan focuses on the upcoming year, the 5-year plan provides our broader strategic roadmap through 2030. It defines our mission, goals, and priorities, and guides how we manage housing programs, advance redevelopment, and enhance resident services while aligning with federal requirements and local housing needs. Next slide, please. These plans set a clear direction for the authority, focusing on improving housing quality, maintaining compliance, and long-term sustainability. Guided by the FARS agreement, we're modernizing our portfolio through tools like RAD in Section 18 while preserving affordability. Next slide, please. As part of this process, the authority completed all required public participation steps. Notice of the public hearing was published on February 2nd, 2026, and the draft plans were made available online and at our administrative office.
The Housing Advisory Commission was unable to take action due to lack of a quorum. Next slide, please. At Nevin Plaza Phase 1, construction is complete with 140 units fully renovated and leasing is underway. For Phase 2, we have executed the land lease disposition and development agreement, submitted a Senate Bill 35 streamlined application, and initiated environmental review. Next slide, please. Nystrom Village remains our top priority as we move forward with redevelopment while maintaining safe and habitability conditions for our residents. Over the past year, we've made strong progress, including a RAD resident meeting in 2025, selection of our development partner in June, and execution of the exclusive rights to negotiate agreement in October. Most recently, in March 2026, we received the commitment to enter into a housing assistance payment contract, CHAP, from HUD, and executed the land lease disposition and development agreement, allowing this project to move forward. Looking ahead, we will expand community engagement in April, which is this month, while advancing environmental review and Section 106 consultation. These are our key steps towards construction. We are also leveraging external funding, including ARPA funds, to support ongoing efforts. Next slide, please. This slide highlights how ARPA funding is supporting Nystrom Village redevelopment through key pre-development activities and targeted site improvements addressing health and safety needs. To date, $176,000 has been expended, with an additional $571,000 pending drawdown, totaling about $747,000 or 37% of allocation, which is in progress. Next slide, please. Repositioning of Richmond Village is underway. We are currently in a due diligence phase, including environmental review and physical needs assessments to inform our financing plan, which we anticipate submitting to HUD by September of 2026. Next slide, please. Finally, as part of our FARS requirement, the authority completed the closeout of the Housing Choice Voucher Program, the final compliance requirement. The 2019 audited financial data schedule was approved by HUD in September of 2025. With that approval, all closeout requirements have been completed and no further action is needed. Next slide, please. To close, we are requesting that the board hold a public hearing and adopt a resolution approving the Richmond Housing Authority's annual and 5-year plan and authorize submission of proposed annual and 5-year plan to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. Next slide, please. Thank you.
Thank you. It's now time for the public hearing, so the public hearing is now open. Do we have speakers?
We have one in-person speaker, and if there's anyone joining us online that would like to address the council on this item, please raise your hand at this time. You want me to call the speakers?
Yes.
Okay, Cordell Handler.
Hey, so good evening, Chair Martinez, Commissioners. For the record, I am Cordell Henlon. I'm a Richmond resident. So thank you, Antoinette, for that report. So I like the report as presented. So now, as it was stated, so it's up to the commission to approve the report as presented. That's it.
We have 2 online speakers.
And those speakers are Jesse Turan and Andrew Wilk. Jesse, please unmute yourself and you may begin. Jesse?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So my name is Jessie Turan. I have been an unhoused resident of Richmond for the past 5 years. I am severely disabled. I have 5 herniated discs in my low back, in addition to other health issues. I have been supposedly at the very top of the housing priority list for this entire 5 years. I have had at least 6 housing coordinators. For some reason, they keep getting fired or reassigned. And the whole approach that Richmond takes and has been taking to housing the homeless is so chaotic and confusing that even the coordinators don't know how to get people housed. And the people who are housed keep falling out of housing because they have no ability to pay the rent or the utilities. And I cannot stress enough how important it is to get this stuff organized, to get everyone on the same page. Also, you have all these groups, the Housing Task Force, the Council on Homelessness, but none of the groups talk to the city council, to each other, and the city council doesn't talk to the county. So there's all these pockets of money that are not being used or are not being used correctly, and work that's being done over, that the same things are being done. There's an adjudicated rapist who is working for the only group that tends to the homeless, and he's being sent to campsites where there's vulnerable women, and he's being sent out there by himself. In addition to that, yesterday, my husband and I, 6 Richmond police officers, came to our encampment with guns drawn, okay, put my husband in handcuffs up against the car for nothing. We had done nothing. Our car was similar to a car that was used in a crime, but neither my husband or I have any criminal record, and yet he was slammed up against the car and put in handcuffs. Okay, the way that Richmond is treating the homeless not only is inhumane, it's not working, and it's expensive. You're talking about money from HUD. You might want to mention that HUD started to withhold funds from Richmond because of mismanagement. Remember that? So may I suggest a accountant to oversee this expenditure? Thank you.
Thank you. And that was our last speaker.
There are no online speakers?
That was an online speaker.
Okay. Oh, okay. Thank you. All right, then, in that case, the public hearing is now closed. So do we have any questions for staff? Yes.
The only thing is that, can we get the presentation online? Because it's not currently online. If we can just get it up there so we can review it again. Thank you.
All right, so if that's the only question, then it's time to vote, but we need a motion.
I make a motion to pass.
Yes, these are not working.
I move to pass the item. Second.
And I will second the motion.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Bonner, second by Lieutenant Commissioner Scott. Commissioner Brown?
Yes.
Commissioner Bonner?
Yes.
Commissioner Jimenez?
C.
Commissioner Wilson?
Yes.
Commissioner Zepeda?
Yes.
Lieutenant Commissioner Scott?
Yes.
Vice Chair Robinson?
Yes.
And Chair Martinez.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous. Okay, and we need to move backwards in this agenda because we skipped the Housing Authority consent calendar. We need a motion to approve.
I move the item to approve the minutes.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Chair Martinez, and a second by Commissioner Jimenez. Commissioner Brown?
Yes.
Commissioner Bonner?
Yes.
Commissioner Jimenez?
Yes.
Commissioner Wilson?
Yes.
Commissioner Zepeda?
Yes.
Vice Chair Robinson?
Yes.
Lieutenant Commissioner Scott?
Yes.
And Chair Martinez.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
All right, with that, the regular meeting of the Richmond Housing Authority is now adjourned. It's time to move on to the regular meeting of the Richmond City Council. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bonner?
Here.
Councilmember Brown?
Here.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Presente.
Councilmember Wilson.
Here.
Councilmember Zepeda.
Here.
Vice Mayor Robinson.
Here.
And Mayor Martinez.
Here.
Our next item is statement of conflict of interest. Are there any? Hearing none. Our next item is agenda review. And I do have a couple of announcements. Item V1A, and it's being continued to April 21st. That's the records retention schedule update. Item V4A, that's a contract with Wildan Financial Services that has been removed from the consent calendar for discussion, be placed at the end of the agenda.
Which items are?
Sorry, one more time.
V1A, that's continued to April 21st. That's the records retention schedule update. V4A, and that's a contract. It's under finance. Contract with Wildan Financial Services. That has been removed from the consent calendar, will be placed at the end of the agenda for discussion. That's all I had.
All right. Report from the city attorney.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. No final actions were taken during tonight's closed session.
Our next item is a report from the city manager.
Good evening, Council, and good evening, City Council. I will now pass the microphone to Sharon Taylor for the new employee report.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. Sharon Taylor, Human Resources Director. I'm pleased to present you our March hires and our promotions. Next slide, please. Noah Russell, Police Officer. Russell Lopez, Police Officer. Gail Payne, Senior Transportation Planner. Rosie Evangeline Darla, Learner Coordinator. Crystal Barton, Learner Coordinator. Derek Treya, Parks Supervisor. Sophia Montenegro, Administrative Analyst. Tanaya Payton, Learner Coordinator. Pedro Gonzalez Guiza, Maintenance Aide 2. Christian Cabrales Ruiz, Maintenance Aide 2. Milan Ashley, Administrative Student Intern. And we have 2 promotions. Carolyn Connery, Deputy Fire Marshal. And Fred Tran, Executive Director of Rent Program. Thank you for your support.
Okay, our next item is open forum. Okay. An open forum is an opportunity to address the council on items that remain on the consent calendar or items that are not on the agenda. Tonight we have 2 items that were removed from the consent calendar. See item V1A, and that was continued to April 21st. Item V4A is a contract with Wildan, and that will be discussed at the end of the agenda. During open forum dialogue with the council, and the speaker is prohibited. Tonight, we have 50 in-person speakers. We have 5 in the auditorium. And if you're joining us online and would like to address the council under open forum, please raise your hand at this time. So far, we have 2 speakers online. We'll start with the auditorium speakers, and then we'll move to the in-person speakers. When your name is called, please come forward and line up behind the speaker's podium when you're called for in person. And you need to line up closest to the wall. And for your safety, all the aisles, including the area behind the speaker's podium and staff presentation area, must remain clear. When you are called to address the council, state your name and your city of residence. It's optional. Please terminate your address to the council when your time expires. Each speaker will be allowed up to, is it 2 minutes still? 2 minutes?
1 minute. Our council rules reflect 1 minute.
Okay. 1 minute to address the council. The City of Richmond welcomes your comments and requests that you present your remarks in a respectful and appropriate manner within the established 1-minute time limit. Jeswara, please call the speakers in the auditorium. Thank you.
Okay, and the 5 speakers are Cesar Cortez.
Okay, Jeswara, we can't hear you.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Barely.
Can you hear me now? Better? Okay, is this better?
Where is she?
Auditorium.
Is she yelling from over there?
KCRT, can we help Jeswara with the volume?
Check.
I don't know if this mic is better.
Sounds a little better.
Okay, so we have 5 speakers. If you guys will stand up and line up behind me. There's Cesar Cortez, Manil Bacharaya, Jesus Perez, Ryan Kazan, and Daffodil Alfani. And just as a reminder, you'll have 1 minute to speak. Once your time concludes, please step off from the mic and let the next person speak. Cesar Cortez.
To start up? Okay. Well, hello everyone. My name is Cesar Cortez. I'm a resident of Richmond for about 10 years or so now. I'm currently an unhoused resident, but before this, I was studying in college since I was about 15 over at Middle College High School. Before I came into my circumstance right now, I was a financial officer for a real estate company. I want to explain to you guys and plead with you, please, everyone here at the City Council, please stop interacting with cartel associates and anyone involved in organized crime in any way, shape, or form. As an investigative reporter here living on the streets and figuring out more about the operation, I've been attacked with a machete by someone by the name of Marco Landaverde. During the police report that I filed where I was running the investigation across Richmond PD in multiple areas of the Bay Area and seeing how they're connected and linked up to these different cartel factions, including Indian factions, Sri Lankan factions for human trafficking, and also just the drug networks that are operating. And I know that there is some compliance between multiple agencies, police agencies, politicians here inside of the state. I'm pleading with you, do not work with them. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Hi, my name is Manil Bhattacharya, and I've been working with the city as a consultant for the last 20 years, close to. And I'm here to thank the council, the mayor's office, and the city of Richmond for the proclamation recognizing the Nepali New Year. I am from Nepal, and I've been in the Bay Area for the last 25 years. So I really wanted to come up here and thank the council, the mayor, the councils, and the city for putting this proclamation on the city council agenda. Thank you.
Hello, good evening. This is Jesus Perez. With the fruit stand right in front of Rivales on 23rd. I just want to ask you guys, please, to give me some more space so I can have some more product for the neighborhood. Because all I'm doing is bringing fresh fruit for everybody, and I love the people's support, but I need a little more space so I can bring a lot of more stuff. And my permit is just a little for one table, so I need more space so I can bring more stuff, like I said. And I want to ask you guys, please give me some more space. And another favor, I don't know who, but they keep sending the city over to me. If it ain't one thing, it's another. I got all my permits, I'm complying with all the permits and trying to do everything right, but I don't know, somebody just keep sending the city, they just, people showing up all the time, so just please. Oh.
Hi there, Ryan Kazan. So I swear this has nothing to do with a specific agenda item. This is a general comment. But I did want to speak to the council and anyone in a leadership position that a demographic of people that I think don't get enough credit or that isn't talked enough about and their disfranchisement is the youth. And I think if you're in a position of leadership and you have a bunch of young kids coming out and speaking out against something, I think it's the job of those of us in power to step back and to listen. So I urge you, regardless of anything discussed tonight, but also going forward, to listen to the youth voice, because you have the power to give them more. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Daffodil Altan. I'm a journalist by training, but tonight I am here as a parent. I'm here to express my unwavering support for the diploma program at the B Space Center for the Performing Arts, where our 2 children take a variety of classes and where our daughter is completing her 2nd year as a diploma student. My husband and I are the children of Latino immigrants, and we're raising our children on the border of San Pablo and Richmond. We've worked hard for our education and careers. However, earning first in our families, however, that hard work does not necessarily translate to immediate generational wealth and affordability for the sophisticated, top-tier musical and artistic training our daughter receives as a diploma student at the East Bay Center. The scholarship she receives as a diploma student, which includes a 5-week summer intensive, which is 8 hours a day, classes year-round, and private classes, would add up to about $10,000 a year, something we cannot afford at this moment. Okay, I just want to say that this is an incredible program that supports community on all levels for so many children. Thank you.
And now we'll move to the Zoom speakers. We have 5 Zoom speakers online: Jesse Turan, Andrew Wilk, Benjamin Terrio, Nathan Lonzo, and Mark S. Jesse, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hi, I'm Jesse Turan. Again, I've been unhoused in Richmond for about the past 5 years. And I just wanted to point out that the city of Richmond has received millions of dollars. Okay, there's the Measure X funds, there's the Measure U funds, there's there's grant money, there's the Chevron money, and yet homeless people are seen as not doing anything for the economy. But you receive so much money for our benefit. What we need is a safe parking area and or a tiny home community. It would cost a fraction of what you're spending now on putting us in permanent housing, and it would be safe and it would be cheap and it would be fast. Basically a trailer park. That's how they housed survivors of the earthquake. That's how they housed World War II veterans when they came home from the war.
Thank you, and that your time has expired. The next speaker is Andrew Wilk. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Yeah, hey, this is Andrew Wilkie, director of the Richmond High School Music Department, also Richmond resident. My great-great-grandparents immigrated here from the Azores in Portugal, been here forever. I just wanted to shout out our music students and our marching band students in particular for recently representing Richmond High School in front of hundreds of thousands of people on television at the Chinese New Year Parade in San Francisco, and then 2 days later driving down to Anaheim to represent our city and community at Disneyland marching and doing some workshops down there. And I just want to thank you guys. Your deep investments in our youth clearly are paying off. That shows in our crime rates decreasing. I know as a person who went to Pinole and grew up in Pinole myself, even though my family has lived in Richmond forever, a narrative is slowly starting to change where our school, Richmond High School, is becoming a school with very high-performing programs that's desirable and attractive to our community. So I just want to thank this city for supporting us and allowing us to represent you. Have a good evening.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Benjamin Terrio. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Good evening, Council. Ben Terry, President of the Richmond Police Officers Association. Richmond residents deserve, a city government that takes public safety seriously and respects its workforce and understands that you can't keep cutting corners when it comes to policing, staffing, and labor stability. Our officers continue to show up, do the job, protect the city under difficult conditions. And what they need is a return as a straightforward, fair treatment, competitive pay, lawful decision making from city management and leadership that understands the value of retaining experienced officers instead of pushing them away. When this city delays, disregards working conditions and the MMBA and other lawful labor laws and fails to keep up with the market, the result is predictable: lower morale, staffing issues, and greater risk to the community. This is not complicated. Richmond wants a safer city. It's got to support the people who do the work. That means respecting labor law, bargaining in good faith, and making public safety a real priority, not just a talking point. And free Detective Hodges. Bring them back.
Thank you. Your time has expired, and that appears to be our last speaker. I don't see any other hands raised at this time.
Okay, now we'll move to the in-person speakers. We have 52 speakers. And I'll call your name. Please line up behind the speaker's podium, closest to the wall. In groups of 10, Cordell Handler, Don Gosling, Brune Simmons, Fahima Zaman, Maria Picano, Alaya Alizani, Alaya Savalos, Darren Allen, Ronaldo Cervantes, and Anaya Jones. You have 1 minute.
Okay.
Cordell.
So, good evening, Mayor Martinez, Council. For the record, I am Cordell Handler, and I have some gifts for you all. So, number one, as Benjamin Terrios pointed out, we are in a staffing shortage because I was just talking to our neighbors in El Cerrito, and from what the state auditor told them, they had done a class and comp study. And so, to align how they pay their employees. And so, it got me thinking, it's like, if I had $550 million, I would allocate to hire 2 consultants to do just that: organizational assessment and filling certain positions. So that's one. And the other picture is I thought about you, Councilmember Cepeda, for your love of animals. And so I was thinking that in the future that we need to acknowledge Salesian College Preparatory High School for their service day that they did in March. So it just got me thinking, it's like they need to be acknowledged. So I'm putting as a request to have it agendized for next month because they have their graduation 3 days after that. So with that, it's all yours.
Don Gosling.
Came here tonight with a prepared speech to try to offer to the good people of Richmond career opportunities with extremely high pay, great benefits, and what feels good having a career. But cutting me off with only 1 minute, I can't give it justice. I apologize for that. But please take a look at the numbers here. Call me 510-685-2403. 510-685-2403. Don Gosney at Comcast.net, and I can help change your life.
Brune Simmons.
Hello, my name is Rune. I grew up in Richmond. I'm here for the Richmond's East Bay Center for the Performing Arts. I'm an alumni of the diploma program and just wanted to say that this program is an incredible thing. I came in and had my eyes open to a lot of music and people. And this has kind of shaped the way that I interact with the world now. It's given me the tools to look within. It's given me the courage to be seen. And I see in my peers, I see in the kids that I work with now, a sort of unfolding, a learning. I see something that is really unique. And I'm doing my best to be as specific as I can in this time, but just want to say through my own personal experience, this is a work of many lifetimes that is going to carry forward. All right, thank you.
Fahima. Fahima.
Hi, my name is Fahima, and I'm the Health Justice Program Manager at RISE. I've been working with my interns in our How Many Times We Gotta Say It internship for the past 2 years as part of our Listening Campaign 2.0. That's really sought to understand what youth have been experiencing in Richmond and Contra Costa County. What has become clear is that youth are tired of feeling unheard and tired of adjusting themselves to fit the needs of adults, and yet it feels like that is their only choice. Case in point, today my interns were planning to host a community convening that was a celebration and culmination of their findings, something that they had been prepping for months. However, when the need for them to be here instead to talk with you all arose, they chose to pivot. Within 2 weeks, they organized this room of young people to help present their listening campaign 2.0. And I truly hope that you will take time to listen to what they have to say today, because how many more times do they have to say it till you all listen?
Maria Pacino.
Hello, City Council. My name is Maria, and I'm a proud member of RISE, and most importantly, the youth community of Richmond. RISE launched its Listening Campaign 2.0 in 2024 in partnership with Series Policy. This is part of RISE's legacy of listening, learning, and leading. We started an internship program called How Many Times We Gotta Say It, centered around the over-surveying and over-intaking of young people during COVID and the racial reckoning. This internship was born from young people telling us they are tired of being surveyed and asked what they need and how they feel, only to be ignored, neglected, and blamed. Through this initiative, us health justice interns explored key challenges facing youth in Contra Costa County, including issues within schools, limited community and outdoor spaces, and a lack of accessible resources. Thank you.
Alaya Alazani.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Aaliyah, and I'm also an intern at How Many Times We Gotta Say It. And interns connected with peers and adults identifying areas where young people have not been included and listened to. Interns presented their research to public sectors, academic professionals on homelessness and housing injustice, food insecurity at school, and a lack of resources and historical uninvestment. The Listening Campaign 2.0 engaged with over 150 young people, ages 14 to 20, across RISE, local schools, and community centers. We use surveys, interviews, focus groups, a method called Photo Voice to hear from multiple youths. Through their voices, we gain deeper insight into their struggle and the struggle they face, the resources they lack, how they are treated by adults, and what it's truly feeling like to grow up in the Bay Area today. As a part of Listening Campaign 2.0, we conducted a lot of research that we want you guys to take into consideration. Thank you.
Elias Avalos.
Good evening, board. My name is Elias Avalos, and I'm also an intern at How Many Times We Gotta Say It. So for the last month, we've been working on a community convening to present our findings to other youth in our community. However, what we've grown to realize is that there are some adults in this room that would really benefit from hearing from us today. So just like how so many youth have talked about in our research, we are adjusting ourselves to meet, once again, the needs of the adults. We are here today instead of the convening we worked so hard to plan to present the findings from our Listening Campaign 2.0. We've gathered a room full of young people today to talk to you about what young people have been saying they want, need, and deserve. We hope you remain mindful and open to hearing from them, because one thing is clear. We are tired of asking adults to listen to us and being met with empty promises that they are. The Listening Campaign 2.0 findings and recommendations are an offering, ask an insistence for adults and systems to collectively consider and cultivate what it will take to show up for young and with young people. Thank you.
Darren Allen. Darren Allen.
Hello. The first theme that becomes clear in our research is that young people's spaces are neglected and under-resourced. A main problem that this stems from is that youth are not considered as much in society as they deserve to be. Once stated, one of the biggest things that gets in the way of young people getting support is not being taken seriously. The belief that children should be seen and not heard has negatively affected young people of every generation and has continued to do so in this city. Others note how transportation is not always accessible or safe, a barrier that keeps them from school, jobs, or support programs. Our library is always locked. One participant noted how even basic resources can be out of reach. We get blamed for falling behind in school, but we do not even have access to basic resources that would help us succeed. Another youth noted these areas are not developed. There's no spaces to hang out. Youth are getting pushed away from their own
Your
communities.
time has expired.
Huh? Oh, sorry. I tried to reach back.
Our next speaker is Ronald Cervantes. He'll be followed by Anaya Jones. Will the following individuals please line up behind the speaker's podium closest to the wall? Calvin Crump, Sage Hollins, Sammy Pandy, Daya, Angelica, Tayana, Elise,
And I was wondering what that might be. Could someone explain it?
It's a listening campaign.
Hello, Council. Some of you remember over 10 years ago, Listening Campaign 1.0, where we talked to over 500 young people about their experiences of trauma, violence, coping, and healing. So this is the next iteration, which young people brought to us saying, we're sick and tired of you surveying us over and over again, and you're not doing anything, but we are still gonna have hope in you, and we're gonna do this again and bring to you what we need with solid recommendations and the hopes and expectations that you all listen. So the 2.0 builds off of 1.0. And so we actually invite you to our share out session next Wednesday at Rise from 9:30 to 1. We'll have breakfast, food. It's going to be a good time to reflect, to really reckon with what it takes to really get us to move. So come on through, and you're welcome for these young folks organizing to be here and preach.
Okay, I believe I called Tanaya, Elise, Cole, Haley, and Abtahol.
The next thing that continues to show up amongst youth is that youth are exhausted and feel ignored and abandoned by adults and systems that are meant to support us. A youth stated, we get told to ask for help, but help is always there. Even when youth do reach out, it feels like no one takes us seriously. This disconnect creates a cycle where youth stop asking altogether, not because the need disappears, but because the effort doesn't seem worth the dismissal. What may look like disengagement from the outside is actually exhausting. After getting shut down again and again, like today, we feel undermined. As we know, us youth can show up to City Council, advocate for what we want to see happen or change for our city, and still be passed over. The phrase burnout is actually a trauma response, captures the depth of what's at stake. We burn out from everything once, one youth said bluntly, and there's no break. Burnout isn't just exhaustion for many youth. It's a response to costly and extreme stress, pressure, and lack of support. Thank you.
Anaya Jones.
Finally, the third theme that continues to be evident is that a lot of youth are creating their own coping mechanisms, learning how to take care of themselves in their own ways, especially when support isn't always there. People who find comfort in things like skating, nature, and music. Others turn to their faith saying, sitting on my prayer mat talking to God about my day. Adding that prayer feels free and always available. Being outside helps, but like someone who shared they go to a grass mountain to meditate. Overall, all of this shows a bigger issue. There aren't always enough resources to support systems for young people. Because of that, a lot of youth have to figure out things on their own. While some coping methods are healthy, not everyone has access to a safe or positive options. And sometimes the ways people cope aren't always the best for them. It highlights how important it is to have more support so young people don't have to carry everything by themselves. Youth are asking for more coping methods like access to therapy, counselors, and mentors, and access to safe outdoor spaces, etc. But instead of being heard, adults place even greater barriers in place to the limited resources. Thank you.
Calvin Crump.
So now what? You know the issues. What are the solutions?
You'll be hearing about 6 recommendations that youth have in order for adults and systems to serve us better. The first recommendation, adults working with youth to focus on building relationships and grounded trust, consistency, and care. Youth are not asking for perfection, they are asking for presence. What they're asking is for action and intention. The action to do what is right for the future generation. The intent to not let these kinds of cycles stay. They are asking for consistent, invested adults who show up even when it's uncomfortable or inconvenient, because that should never get in the way of the well-being of youth.
Sage, is it Sage?
Hi, my name is Sage Hollins. I'm part of the BYOP membership at RISE, and I've been resident in Richmond for 3 years. They don't just need anybody doing the work, one participant said. Make sure people are really committed to young people. LC 2.0 reveals that while language around youth management has evolved, they continue to encounter adults who cycle in and out of programs and service providers who speak more than they listen. One youth put it plainly, it's hard to talk to adults who look like they're not listening. That was unfortunately been the reality for a lot of people because many don't even have someone they can comfortably and safely confide in. Invest in free, safe third spaces for youth. In LC 2.0, young people didn't describe their neighborhoods as sites for possibility, but rather as spaces defined by absence. These areas are not developed, there is no spaces to hang out, and yet, when those spaces exist, they matter. Another one said, I feel more safe at RISE because it's cool. It's a chance to meet nice people. The sense of safety goes beyond security. Thank you.
Sammy?
Youth are asking for third spaces, not home, not school, but somewhere else entirely. This isn't threatened by authority. Places where they can decompress, create, and be in community, but not just any space, one that reflects their identities, interests, and rhythms. That means music, tech, food, comfy seating, and room to be loud or silent. These spaces matter because they affirm identity and foster belonging. Investing in these third spaces means investing in the future for everyone. Thank you.
Daya?
Youth aren't asking for support. We are asking for schools to become places that actually prepare us for our future while also supporting our well-beings. Schools should be healing-centered and future-building, not just places we're expected to go through. In a planning session, youth said they're actually excited, optimistic, and they want to run it up and be energetic. Code for earning their own money, gaining independence through paid internships or guaranteed job programs. The energy is there, but the system around us just aren't meeting it. Thank you.
Angelica?
As one participant summed up clearly, I need financial aid, housing, and opportunities to help me succeed. That's what we are asking for. Not unrealistic changes, but real practical support. We need schools that combine emotional safety with real resources. That means access to mental health support and also college counseling, housing guidance, career pathways, and paid work opportunities. Without these, students aren't moving forward, we're just trying to get by. If we actually invest in our youth in this way, we won't just be surviving school, we'll be building futures with purpose. Recommendation 4, embed youth voice in governance and budgeting. Youth voices need to be genuinely heard from school districts. We're tired of being asked questions with no action to follow. Too often, youth speak up, organize, and even rally for change, and still get ignored or swept under the rug. The reality is that we are going to schools that are under-resourced and understaffed. Teachers are underpaid, and counselors are responsible for entire schools, which means that students aren't getting the support that they
Your time
actually
has
need.
expired.
Thank you.
Thank you. Tanaya?
What's possible when youth voices are being heard? Moments where young people are listened to and taken seriously. Show us what real success can look like. Thank you.
Elise Bell? Elise?
The youth needs community in the support they receive. Even though the youth in LC 2.0
didn't directly talk about system coordinations, their experiences made it very clear. Many spoke about the exhaustions of having to repeat their trauma over and over and the lack of consistent support, and the feeling that even when someone tries to help, it doesn't fully stick because everything feels disconnected. This isn't about one person or organization failing, it's about a bigger issue with how systems are set up. Support is often temporary and depends too much on the individual instead of a strong, connected system because young people aren't getting the steady, reliable support that they need. We need care navigators where adults carry the burden of connecting us to the various supports that we need at Rise. We have seen how helpful it is when a caring adult helps us and navigates us to various challenging systems versus forcing us to figure it out by ourselves.
Cole?
Finally, recommendation 6. Power held by adults needs to be fundamentally restricted to allow true youth voice. A big issue is that adults still hold most of the power, and it needs to actually change if youth voices are going to matter. A lot of young people are saying they don't just want to be more advisory boards. They want adults to hand over more control and actually reflect youth needs and empower with real decision making. Right now, it still feels like youth are only being included on the surface. Like someone said, youth voices are still heard only in spaces adults aren't. That means that even when we're invited to speak, we're not really the ones in control, and our ideas don't always turn into real change. Thank you.
Our next two speakers are Haley and Abtahal. And will the next group of speakers please line up? Abdullah, Hassan, Larry, Eden, Micah, Jayla, Jenny, Jean, Nora. Please come forward and line up, please. Haley.
Good morning, City Council. My name is Haley C. I've been a resident in Contra Costa for a little over a year now. You have heard what young people have been asking for in order to go from surviving here to being able to thrive in our community. Yet sometimes, unfortunately, our words are not enough. We also are here to show you our lived experience as well. The following youth will be sharing images that represent our current realities along with reflections so that you can truly understand what it is like to be a young person growing up here. The following will be excerpts from our photo voice project. Success to me is having a community that can support and have shared similar experiences to you and have seen you grow throughout a period of time, sharing the same struggles or being there as you struggle and being able to see us reaching the goals we have set up for ourselves. This type of support led me to flourish as a person. I grew to become a leader and understand now that I'm going to continue that growing across the country, not one but 2 full rides, school fully paid, to Washington University in St. Louis. Thank you.
Abtahal.
Hello everyone, my name is Optal and I'll be reading a comment by a previous youth member. So this is a photo of their cousin taking his feelings in music during a big function. Do you guys know what gets in the way of young people receiving the support we need? It is a system that was never built for us in the first place. Whether it's school counselors who are too overwhelmed to check in, or adults who only focus on our mistakes instead of our struggles. Young people, especially those from immigrant and low-income communities, are constantly overlooked or misunderstood. In Richmond, I've seen how budget cuts, underfunded schools, and racial bias all contribute to youth being left behind. Instead of care, we often get discipline. Instead of opportunities, we also get silence. As a youth intern at APIN and someone who's worked with groups like Safe Return, Project, and CBE, I've seen firsthand how much potential young people have, if only we were given the chance. Many of us want to lead, want to speak, want to heal, but we can't do that if our basic needs aren't met. We need space where we're trusted, supported, and seen as partners, not problems. Thank you.
Abdullah.
Good evening, council members.
My name's Abdullah, and if I had the power to introduce one new thing to my community, it would be Rise. Rise is an incredible space where young people can access valuable resources like laptops, art supplies, a music studio, and more. It's more than just a resource center. It feels like a safe and supportive environment thanks to staff and members who are always there to help. For youth who need someone to talk to, Rise offers access to medical and mental health professionals. If someone's going through challenges at home or just need a break, there are relaxing spaces where they can unwind. Rise also helps young people build their futures by offering internship opportunities throughout the year, in spring, summer, fall, and winter. This internship focuses on areas like physical health, food justice, and community organizing. It's a place where youth are not only welcomed but empowered to grow.
Hassan?
Hey, City Councils. One thing I believe this community needs is a third place. A safe park could be one, but the problem is that these parks are mostly used and enjoyed by young kids, and teenagers need a place to hang out too. Parks should be a big place and have a lot of green open spaces where the community can enjoy fun activities, creating a place that can easily serve as a third place. Richmond residents need a space where they can simply enjoy being without having to spend money. The limited parks here in Richmond are usually very small. This image is from Oakland Park in Berkeley. And a bigger park with a walking trail would help people relax and ease their minds. There could be an electrical bicycle or scooter station nearby so teenagers can have fun, along with skateboard and a roller skating area. I would love a roller skating rink because going to one is too expensive, and I don't want to have to pay every time. In the Bay Area are far from Richmond, so we need somewhere nearby and safe. Thank you.
Hassan?
What's this Hassan?
Larry?
Hello? Hey, y'all can hear me, right? All right. Hey, City Council. My name is Larry. I'm going to be talking about success. So, we would need access to quality education, tutors, and clear guidance and career, mental health support, and more. Community programs that help young people prepare for the real world, and mentorships and job trainings, and also accessible scholarships that would help a lot. When a community invests in youth, it creates a path for all of us to thrive, not just survive. With the right support, we gain better access to real opportunities, and this is a picture of what I think our school look like. You know, all the communities getting together, setting up this in our school. Wouldn't y'all love to see that? So yeah. Also, it's a stable and fulfilling. It also means having my dream job, career, and doing something that I love that also allows me to support myself and family. I see success as being able to afford basic necessities like housing, food, and healthcare while still providing my family with good education and opportunities. So yeah, that's all. Thank you.
Eden? Eden?
Hello, my name is Eden. One thing that really helps me calm down is being in the presence of nature. A clean, green place to just sit and rest. It doesn't have to be to sleep, but a place to just sit and look up at the leaves and sky, to think, to dream, to meditate, or to even just breathe if everything is too much. A dedicated sanctuary with flowers and berries to pick at and nibble on. I think also to have a big tree with a wide log. That would be great to have because we could sit by the roots and be grounded with them. This would also be helpful because it could have a community garden which could distract people's mind and take people's minds off stress. And you can relax and garden. It can also teach the community to become cleaner because if everyone agrees that this little patch of nature is calming for them, then they would want to keep it clean. Thank you.
Micah?
Hi, my name's Micah. I didn't grow up in Richmond or anything, but I'm here to support. So, success to me looks like graduating high school, moving on to college, and wanting to keep growing, learning, and making my family proud. Reaching that goal means staying focused, doing my best in school, and not giving up when things get hard. To reach that success, I need I need support from my community, people who push me towards greatness and believe in me, whether it's teachers, mentors, friends, programs like this one in the photo, and having the encouragement to help me stay motivated and on track. Thank you.
Jayla.
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Jayla.
Excuse me. Some of the council members are complaining that they can't see the photo. So if you could move the photo over to this side so it's visible to everyone. Okay. My apologies. It wasn't a complaint. It was a suggestion. And that's the power of language, you know? So we need to be circumspect when we use language, and I apologize.
Good evening, my name is Jayla. When I'm feeling stressed or having a rough day, I usually listen to music, take time alone, or talk to someone I trust. It helps me calm down and feel more in control. I found some ways to deal with stress, but I don't always have everything that I need. That's why spaces like Rise are so important. They give people a safe place to relax, talk, and try new things. Rise creates a sense of community and belonging that a lot of people are missing. It is a place where you don't have to hide what you're going through. More places like that will help people feel seen, supported, and less alone. Everyone deserves a space where they can be themselves. It can really change someone's lives for the better. Not everyone has a strong support system at home, and having a space like Rise gives people a second chance to find that support. It's not just about the activities, it's about being around people who care and want to see you grow. That kind of environment makes it easier to keep going even on your hardest days. Thank you all so much.
Jenny.
Good evening, Mayor Martinez and City Council members. My name is Jenny Mulholland Beers, and I am a co-founder and on the planning and facilitation team of the Richmond Outdoors Coalition, a network of organizations providing nature-based programming for youth in Richmond. I'm here today to share a bit about the impact that we have seen these programs have on youth in Richmond. Each year, more than 1,400 children, youth, and families from TK through 12th grade take part in our programs, with each participant spending an average of 34 hours outdoors engaging in 5 unique experiences. These experiences include gardening, birding, outdoor science inquiry, and field trips to locations near and far, including the Snow in Tahoe and Angel Island. These programs are led by our 10 incredible program partners. Our data shows that the Richmond Outdoors Coalition programs have measurably improved academic engagement, social emotional growth, mental and physical wellness, quality of social bonds and connections to the outdoors, access and belonging to the outdoors and community. Thank you for your time.
Okay, our next 2 speakers are Jean and then Nora, and then will the following individuals please line up? Alejandro, Andrea, Kuwaku, Juliana, Claudia, Lolis, Anna, Kiara, Ian, or Ian, Jean.
Good evening, Mayor Martinez and City Council members. My name is Jean Kensher, and I'm a teacher at Verde Elementary. My community receives programs through the Richmond Outdoor Coalition, including Snow Trip, led by Headwater Science Institute, classroom instruction and field trips, led by Kids for the Bay, playground activities, and family camp, led by Yes, Nature to Neighborhoods. I am here today to share the impact that I have witnessed on the youth that I work with, their excitement and their wonder to learn about the creek and the environment, that magical moment when it starts to snow and they've never experienced snow before, the excitement and the fun that shocks students and families that they can have camping and being unplugged, and the joy and tranquility that Nia Dance provides my students. My students deserve these experiences and many more. Thank you.
Nora.
Good evening, Mayor Martinez and City Council members. My name is Nora Isela Castañeda. I am a student at Richmond High School, and I receive programs through Richmond Outdoors Coalition, including an overnight field trip in Lake Tahoe, led by the Headwater science industry. This trip was important because the opportunity for students to learn new things and to be inspired what they learned and to spread the information to other students to use this opportunity. Thank you for listening to me.
Alejandro.
Good evening, Mayor Martinez and City Council. My name is Alejandro Castañeda. I'm in 6th grade at Verde. I receive programs through the Richmond Outdoors Coalition, like an overnight field trip to the snow in Lake Tahoe with Headwater Science Institute and classroom sessions, and a field trip to Tilden Park with the watershed project. These are exciting. These experiences are important to me because we spend less time on our phones, we have fun, and we learn about science in the snow. It helps our community to pick up more trash. Thank you.
Andrea.
Hi, good evening. My name is Andrea. I'm a District 4 Richmond resident, a parent, a professional musician, and a proud East Bay Center staff member. I have one of our youngest East Bay Center students with us tonight, my coworker's daughter. But we did want to say how much of an impact it makes knowing every day that the city is investing in our work, investing in myself, my family, our students, and I think it makes a difference for our students, knowing that every day the city is supporting what they're doing. It makes them want to stay in Richmond, it makes them want to give back, and so many of our students are giving back. So thank you so much for your support, and please continue to invest in our young people.
Kuwaku.
Hello, good evening. My name is Kweku Menu. I work with the East Bay Center for Performing Arts as a West African music and dance specialist, and I co-direct the West African Music and Dance Company. I've been working since 2012 with the center. The center is unique in the Bay Area for its deep commitment to providing tuition-free, high-quality, and diverse art education to underserved young children in our community. It teaches traditional art forms, specifically West African. Currently, we have about 90 students from 3 to 18 years who are in the West African pathway. We also have 53 students waiting to get into the program. The center is so important because it serves as a second home and a safe place for young children to express themselves through the arts. Students come to the center to learn more about other cultures or discover more of their own culture.
Your time is
My kids
expired.
are in the program too.
Thank you. Juliana.
Good evening, Council. My name is Juliana Espinosa. I'm 20 years old. I reside within Parchester Village, a part of District 2 in the northwestern sector of Richmond. It's a small community of working-class people. Surrounded by industrial buildings, railroad tracks, and the Richmond Parkway, it can get quite noisy at times. But there's a place where I can find solace, a place where I can call my home away from home, the East Bay Center for the Performing Arts. Located in the heart of this very special city, it has cemented itself within my heart as well. The arts has taken me on a journey of opportunity and self-discovery. Along this path, I've met a cast of diverse people who have shaped my reality. That although we are all different, there are things that succeed in uniting us all. Without the services the arts brings to us, I truly believe that we would be lost. Or at the very least, I know I would be. So I ask all of you here tonight, do not take this from us when you have the power to stop it. when we are all being taken advantage of by a corrupt system.
Your
It is
time has
imperative we stick.
expired. Thank you.
Thank you.
Claudio?
Hello, my name is Eden. I'm a senior at Richmond High School, and I'm here in support of the Rise Listening Campaign. And at times, when school gets overstimulating with loud rallies and increasingly high academic expectations, I've often taken the time to relax out in the park surrounded by greenery and passing rivers. However, considering the lack of maintenance for outdoor areas, another helpful alternative has been the support I've felt as a Rise member. Rise has provided me with the opportunity to connect with like-minded individuals in my age group, while also offering mental health services by qualified adults. Rise has changed mine and the lives of many other youth, and that cannot be overlooked. Remember that the youth are future adults. Thank you.
Claudio?
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Claudio Vega, tengo 4 años trabajando en el East Bay Center como maestro, como músico especialista y he visto pasar más de 1,500 niños a lo largo de estos 4 años y he visto el cambio que ha tenido la música, el arte en el Richmond, en el East Bay Center. Tenemos un East Bay Center en el corazón de Richmond. Música para que los niños estén dentro de unas artes escénicas y no estén en las calles. Tenemos música de todo el mundo. Tenemos esto en este lugar. No hay música en otros lugares que el East Bay Center no dé. Somos una organización libre, sin lucros, gratis para todos los niños y jóvenes. Gracias.
Lolis?
Hi, my name is Lolis. I have been working at the East Bay Center for the Performing Arts. I am a staff, faculty, and alumni, and it has been my second home for 30 years.
Excellent. That was an excellent way to extend your time beyond 1 minute.
Anna? Anna?
Good evening. My name is Kira Burbage, and I am a student at East Bay Center for the Performing Arts. The East Bay Center has so many different kinds of art forms that I would have not learned if my dad didn't get the job at the program. And it introduced me to so many different things. One experience I'm involved in at the East Bay Center is capoeira, and I would not have known it. I wouldn't have heard of it if I didn't see it at one of the performances at East Bay Center, where my sister was performing in something else. And so I saw it, and I immediately fell in love with it. I've been doing it since a couple summers ago, and it has become part of my identity. I am also in the West African dance program there, and I'm also in so many different kind of art forms. And some places have those things separately, but they don't have them all in one place, especially for free.
Anna? Anna? Is there Anna or Lana?
So first, I should clarify that is my mother. I'm coming up for her. She signed me up and never changed the name.
So I apologize for that confusion.
And what's your name?
Franklin. Okay. Good evening, City Council members. My name is Franklin. I'm a student at Richmond High School. I received field trips and in-school activities with Headwater Science Institution, the Watershed Project, and yes. I want to share why I think these programs are important. To me, these programs are important for two main reasons. One being health. You go outside and that's healthy. I think that's a given answer. It's a fact, right? The second thing is they give the opportunity for other people to eat and go outside. For me, I'm fortunate enough that I can go and to all these different nature areas around the bay. Other people, I'm aware, don't have that. I can't think of the word, but they don't have that. All right, really, my time's up. I can't really say anything else. So I'll be leaving it.
Okay, our next speaker is Ian. Ian, and will the following individuals please come forward? Ruthie Denon, Roxanne, Claudia Citron, Cindy Hayden, Angela, Lucia, Mark Wasberg, Julietta, Misha, and Delilah. Ian, your turn.
Mayor Martinez, council members, thank you for taking the time to listen to us today. My name is Ian Burbage. I am the proud parent of two children, one who just spoke at the East Bay Center for Performing Arts, and I just wanted to thank you for the city's investment in this program. The fact that it is, through your investment, has helped make it a free program to everybody is a total game changer. As a parent raising a family here in the East Bay, I don't need to tell anybody that it's a very expensive area to live in. And one of the first things that we all want to invest in our children, but one of the first things to probably go is investment in their extracurricular activities. But what I've learned is these are not extracurricular activities. These are essential activities into forming them into the people that they can be. They get to meet people from all around the area, from different walks of life that they would not meet in their siloed experiences at school or in the different programs that we might have outside. Thank you.
Ruthie?
Good evening. My name is Ruthie Deneen. I'm the Executive Director at East Bay Center. Yeah, I want to remind us of the importance of children and youth tonight. You have so many coming up and speaking to you about the GEMS in Richmond. These are really important safe spaces, activities for them. I'm a licensed clinical social worker. It doesn't take a license to understand the importance of safe places for our youth. I also ask you as our leaders to look them in their eyes, to smile at them, to show them your heart. They're coming up in their evening to be here tonight to speak to you as their leaders. I want to remind us too that it's a difficult funding landscape. Places like East Bay Center only receive 10 to 15% of government funding. Oftentimes parents ask me how we make it happen. I don't know what to say to them. It's a hustle, right? It's a mad hustle to make all this happen. And I know it takes all of us, so I just want to thank you all tonight.
Roxanne?
Good evening, City Council. What a night. What a night. You got to hear about the Listening Campaign 2.0. I can't wait to collaborate with some of the youth that spoke tonight and said what they had learned from their peers and what impact it has. This discussion about investing in youth couldn't be more important, more consequential. Our district is facing a huge deficit, has already put in notices for folks to be laid off, critical positions, and it's more important than ever for these investments for youth to continue and grow in our city. So I just want you, I know this is a lot of folks coming out and it messed up your flow. And I want to say what a wonderful ecosystem we have built in this city. And I want you to celebrate with these youth and really treasure what each one of them said. Thank you.
Claudia Citron. Claudia Citron.
So there were a lot of young speakers here today, and I know you have budget decisions coming up. I just hope that you really reconsider who gets the funding, that the funding stays in the city so it really gets these kids. I also I know there's another topic coming up tonight with the undocumented residents. We really need to consider DACA students. I haven't heard that tonight. I really want this to be part of the conversation. And we also need to consider the homelessness. Kids here said that they have difficulties paying their bills. I know the finance department wants to raise more fees and additional fees. As you go into the budget session, take what these kids say and consider how you generate revenues and how you burden families with fees and garbage fees and, fees. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Cindy Hayden. Cindy Hayden.
My name is Cindy Hayden, and I'm a Richmond resident. I'm here to ask that when Brandon Hodges is cleared, you bring him back ASAP and not keep him out the unprecedented amount of time you've kept out officers that were left out before. Nicholas Remick and Colton Stockton, they were kept out an inordinate amount of time. And I don't think Brandon Hodges should be kept out that long. Our police officers it's not really a job for them. It's more like a calling. They all want to serve. They all want to help people. It's not what they are, it's who they are at their core. They want to make their communities better. So I ask again that you bring Detective Hodges back ASAP, please, so he can be who he is.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Angela, sorry.
Hi. Hello, my name is Angela Rebecca Hernandez Lebron. I'm a former How Many Times We Gotta Say intern. I'm currently a culture builder intern at Rise Youth Center. Success to me looks like where people can safely and freely express themselves as they are, and to know that they can be supported by people of their own and of different communities, as well as being safe when doing so. I think to achieve that there should be centers and specific clubs and programs for different communities. This picture of me wrapped in a trans flag shows this is why this way, because not only can I be expressing my true authentic self, but also feel safe enough to express myself that way. Granted, I was at a Pride event, but that also shows how it goes to a point where we are safe enough to have events like that. Having safe places for minorities communities is a great way to show that a city...
Your time is expired. Sorry. Lucia?
Hello, good evening, Mayor Martinez, City Council. My name is Lucia Cano, and I'm a parent at Verde K-8. I'm here to share the deep impact the Richmond Outdoors Coalition has had on my family and our school community. Our family recently attended a camp through the coalition, and it was a very truly special experience. Provided us rare quality time in nature together that strengthen our family bonds and in a way that our daily life rarely allows. These experiences, trips to regional parks, hands-on science, and overnight camping would simply not be possible for our kids without this coalition. For students at Verde, these programs are a vital bridge to nature. They allow our children to build confidence, learn outside the classroom, and develop a sense of belonging in their own community. I urge you to continue prioritizing these partnerships that bring such joy and opportunity to Richmond's youth. Thank you.
Mark Wasberg. Mark Wasberg.
Willingness to enforce the law. So there are a lot of people that have been harmed by illegal immigration. There have been people that have been harmed by Tren de Aragua gang members who should not be in this country in the first place. So let's just be clear. Who are you fighting for? But I will let folks at ICE respond to your accusation.
Well, the first thing I'll say is that I think the governor's words really stand on their own. The men and women of ICE are working every single day to protect the communities, working with state and local officials to do our very best to protect the communities after the Biden administration opened our borders, allowed people to come into this country that should have never came into this country in the first place, jeopardizing our families and our communities.
All right.
In harm's way on a daily basis. The men and women of ICE are
Yeah, I
going into
know,
these communities
but
to protect the men and women in these communities to be able to do
could you
the
please
mission
cover
that we've
your
been set
cover your
on
cough?
every single day that the president has given us.
So who's being arrested and where is this information on ICE's website?
Look, I'll stand by the fact that if you're in this country illegally, you are a criminal. You will be deported. Mom, I told you.
Julietta.
Good evening. My name is Julieta Muñoz. I am a mom and Richmond resident. When I moved...
Hold on.
Hello?
Hold on one second.
Good evening. My name is Julieta Muñoz. I am a mom and Richmond resident. When I moved here in 2020, I was looking for a place where my daughters could build the community, learn, and grow as individuals. This is what we found at the East Bay Center. It became their home away from home. The center provides significant support for my daughters, especially with college. My younger daughter, Minelli, was able to receive the East Bay Center scholarship to support her with college expenses. My older daughter, Quetzali, received significant support and mentorship in her application for university. She is now UC Berkeley graduate and will return to UC Berkeley to get her master's this fall. This is due to the immense support from the East Bay Center and staff and programs. The center helps shape their futures, gave them a sense of belonging, and surround them with a community that continues to uplift them. For that, I am forever grateful. Thank you.
We have two last speakers, Misha Bernard, followed by Dahlia.
Hello, my name is Mishak, and I'm a member of RISE. If I had the power to introduce one new thing to my community to help people deal with stress and tough times, it would be to encourage more people to go biking, especially in nature. Biking helps you get fresh air, clear your mind, and stay active, which all are important when you're feeling overwhelmed. When you're riding, you can focus on the movement, the wind, and the road ahead. It becomes easier to let go of whatever's been bothering you. It's not just an exercise, it's a way to reset. One of the best parts about biking is the views you can find. Riding near the water at the sunset is like a photo. It's peaceful and calming. It gives you a break from screens, school, and whatever else might be stressing you out that day. I think more people in our community should have access to bikes and safe trails to explore. It's a simple way to take care of your mental health and enjoy the world around you. Whether you're with friends or riding alone, biking is a great way to feel better and reconnect with yourself.
Our last speaker is Delilah Hendrickson.
Hello, my name is Delilah. I just like to say that whenever I'm having a stressful day, I really like to find some time in my day to go to the gym. When I go to the gym, I'm able to channel my stress into lifting weights to give me a sense of control. I feel that going to the weight room is very therapeutic. It keeps my mental and physical health in check. Doing a workout when I'm stressed makes me feel grounded and reminds me that I'm capable of pushing through challenges throughout my day. This photo that I have shared here is the weight room that I have at my school. A space that I'm extremely grateful to have every single day. This space is not just for athletes, but for everybody who wants to become a better version of themselves and be more fit and capable. This place is something I use every single day. I think that this is essential in managing stress. Currently, I feel that I have a great space to help cope with tough days and other stressful moments of my life. I also understand that mental health should not be dealt with alone. I think that it would be great to have more support in the gym and have a support group where all students can connect in the gym. Thank you for your time.
That was our last speaker.
Actually, before we go on to the next item, I want to ask all of you to listen to everyone, even if you disagree with them, even if you think what they're saying is rubbish, you should still listen. We need to respect each other, and I have to listen to a lot of stuff that I disagree with, but I sit here and I listen attentively, I listen respectfully, and I would plead for all of you to do the same. So I appreciate all of you. You did a fantastic job in speaking out, and I appreciate that. And I heard you, I listened to you, and only one person mentioned the Kids First item, and which is amazing, considering that that's why you're all here. I listened.
Our next item is approval of the consent calendar, and as a reminder, there are two items that will not be included in this vote. Item V1A, that's a records retention schedule update that has been continued to April 21st. Item V4A, contract with Wilden Financial Services, has been removed from the consent calendar for discussion at the end of the agenda. We need a motion to approve.
Doria moves the item, and Claudia seconds.
Okay, Councilmember Brown? Councilmember Bonner?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Robinson? Councilmember Zepeda?
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez?
Yes.
The vote is unanimous. Okay. Our next item under budget session is item W1, that is to receive a presentation on Article 15 of the Charter regarding the Richmond Fund for Children and Youth that provide direction regarding renewal provisions and options. This item was presented at the March 24th meeting. The public comments was heard, and tonight the item is for council deliberation and vote only.
Thank you. So this is a time for questions and commentary. And I'd like to start to clarify the conversation that's surrounding this item. Discussion about the Richmond Fund for Children and Youth naturally evokes strong emotions in our community because both residents and elected officials deeply care about the well-being of our youth and our children. It's important to emphasize that this conversation is not about questioning the value or impact of the organizations providing their essential services. Rather, our focus is on the fiduciary responsibility we carry as elected leaders to provide proper oversight of voter-approved funds. We are entrusted with upholding the will of the people by ensuring that the measure they supported is implemented as intended and continues to serve its original purpose. These responsibilities are not always popular, but they are fundamental to public service. We must take the necessary time to ensure that oversight aligns fully with the language approved by our residents. The ballot measure clearly outlines 9 designated categories for children's first funding, and it is our duty to ensure that these categories are reflected in both oversight and budgeting decisions. At the same time, the measure also specifies certain excluded services. However, in 2021 and 2023, the Richmond funds for children and youth awarded funds to 2 organizations that fall within those explicitly prohibited categories. Our current effort are part of our due diligence to ensure accountability and to uphold the will of the voters. So this is not, I don't think we're going to be, I think the conversation is going to be around the oversight of how these funds are spent. Are there other people who have comments? Councilmember Bonner wanted me to elaborate on the 2 organizations that fell within the explicitly prohibited categories, and that is part of the problem. The language is a bit murky and needs to be better defined. So I have to find the language here, but actually, you know, I don't think. I think it's better. I don't want to call out any organizations at this point. I think it's better to discuss the language of. Let's see. The organizations that are excluded are. Please. Do you know what page it's on?
You want me to read? So, I'm also unaware of the services, but I can read 5B, which says services provided by the West Contra Costa Unified School District, Richmond Libraries, Office of Neighborhood Safety, Richmond Promise Scholarship Program, Richmond Housing Authority, and Youth Works, except for collaborations between the above mentioned entities and community-based organizations and programs that meet the goals and eligible uses of the fund.
Right. So the question is, what defines collaboration? And actually, you know what? There are several versions of this. Yours is an amendment, correct?
I'm sorry, the question?
What you just read is an amendment to the original.
Well, the original was amended by the voters in June of 2018. And what I'm reading was codified by the city council and then sent to the codifiers via our municipal code. And what I printed is the municipal code, and it's on the city's webpage within the Muni Code. And I'm prepared to answer any questions. So if you have questions about except for collaborations, I'm prepared to answer that. Or if there are other questions, I'm prepared to answer.
So I wonder what the desired language is and whether we can approve it, and instead of sending the whole thing to the voters' approval, have an amendment and put that on the ballot. So what is it that we would like to add to it to make it better?
I'm unsure of the question. What question are you asking me?
So the mayor said there are some categories that are excluded, and apparently some people want them to be included. Is that my understanding of what the problem is?
So
Am I correct in my understanding?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
So if you have a question for me.
So my
And
question
it might
goes
be
to the
helpful if I
mayor
have
then to
context.
please explain what the problem is.
Okay. Yeah, no, in 2021, Richmond Promise received funding from education support and employment training support. In 2023, the Richmond Public Library received funds from education support and employment training support. So I don't know how that collaboration worked.
So the Richmond Public Library is providing services in collaboration with a nonprofit to provide tutoring hours. And so that is, they fulfill the language in the charter that says that these organizations or entities are excluded except in the cases that they work in collaboration with a nonprofit. And both of these organizations did do work in collaboration with nonprofits. So although on their own they are excluded from an application, right, if they are working with a nonprofit to provide services, they meet the exception. Right. And then are eligible to apply. Understood. And ultimately eligible to receive fundings. And in this particular cases, they did.
So the name of the organization is Education Support and Employment?
I'm not sure of the question.
Well, it says the Richmond Public Library received funds from Education Support and Employment and Training Support, but it doesn't mention the nonprofit that it worked with.
So I'm not sure where you're reading from.
Okay, well, let me pose it as a question. What nonprofit did the Richmond Public Library work with when they received the funds?
So we could definitely get back to you on that. We have this information. And when we met with, and so for clarity, when we met with some of the anchor organizations that were central to the establishment of the Richmond Fund for Children and Youth, this question of collaboration was raised. And there are different ways of defining and operationalizing this. And so when we met with those organizations, they wanted, at the very least, that for the organizations to have been in communication, in meeting with local nonprofits to support around design and implementation and operationalizing the work that they did. And so that's how they were defining collaboration, and that's how we moved forward. Some organizations not only do work, which is in collaboration and support with local nonprofits, they also are partnering with those local nonprofits to actually provide those direct services. So if there are some questions regarding which particular nonprofits for Richmond Promise and the Richmond Public Library, we would be happy to send an email to you all with that information.
That would be fantastic. The other issue is the Oversight Committee.
Yes.
There are supposed to be I need to find the page here. The total. Right. Okay. So the question: what number is quorum?
So that's a very good question. And so when we established the board, we established bylaws, which is under the purview of the Oversight Board. And those bylaws are posted on the webpage. And so what we have what is considered and is actually standard practice for many other boards is what we have a rolling quorum. And so that means that quorum is established based on the number of seated individuals on that board. So in a situation where hypothetically you can have up to 15 members, let's say you have a situation where you only have 7, right? So quorum in that particular situation would be 4. And that as a practice is something that many other boards and commissions that the city oversees operationalizes so that boards don't find themselves in positions where they can no longer function, because there are historic examples that you all may be familiar with where other boards or commissions have found themselves strapped because they've established a static quorum based not on those who are seated, but on the number of seats that exist as a whole. So to avoid that problem, because the fund and the oversight board have such a responsibility to give out dollars, and there are date and time restrictions on how we facilitate and operationalize the dispensation of those dollars, we had to be quite creative and establish a work not inconsistent with how other boards and commissions within the city and your purview also function.
Yes, and I agree with you. I think all the other commissions should run the same way, which I have been an advocate for. Now, the other question is the number of meetings. It says the Oversight Board shall meet a minimum of 6 times per year.
Yes, sir.
That has not happened. In 2025, there's only a listing of 3 meetings. In 2026, there's only a listing of 3 meetings. So how can we, as a city council, ensure that the Oversight Board has the number of meetings that are required by the statute?
I think there may be a misunderstanding. So currently we're in 2026. So we've met 3 times this year thus far. So we have until the end of the year to...
Understood. Okay. So what about 2025?
So I think there is also a misunderstanding there, because according to our records, we didn't. We've met 7 times on average every year since the board was established.
Well, it's not listed, or I couldn't find it, and there's
we would be happy to share that information with you.
All right. So these are the kind of questions that need to be available to anyone who is curious.
No. I appreciate the questions. We want to provide adequate responses to the council members' questions. We want to make sure that folks feel confident that we are doing what we need to do.
Okay. And then the other thing is we need a better mechanism to let city council members know when they need to appoint someone. I know I need to appoint 1 youth.
Yes.
But in the minutes that I found, there's been 9 members out of a total of 15.
Yes, sir.
So council members need to know when they need to appoint someone. So if we can find some way to clean that up so that we have a efficient and functional oversight board, it would be fantastic.
We appreciate that feedback.
Any other comments? No. No, I don't have a. Okay, Councilmember Bonta asked me if I had any issues with passing this item, and I said no. My issue is with making sure that we can make amendments to make this item run more, what's the word? A lot, yeah, thank you.
So first off, I wanted to say just thank you to every single youth who came tonight and tried to get your voices heard for your minute. I can never speak within a minute, so you guys did a really good job. Like, really good job. You're really heard, and I am going to be there this coming Wednesday to listen to the whole session. And I would really love to actually have you all come and present to City Council as well, so everyone in the city who watches it online can also see what you want to share. That said, I also wanted to say thank you so much to the staff who have been administering this program. It is quite clear. It is quite clear the positive impact that this program has been making. And I am here to just really advocate for option 1, to reauthorize the program as it stands. And I do want to just have a couple of clarifying questions for our city attorney, just so that everyone is on the same page. If anyone wanted to make an amendment to this legislation, to this ordinance, they would need to go to the voter. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Right. And, this is a real concern for me, especially in this moment in time. If we were to take this item and bring it out to the voters at this moment in time, because it's asking for a reauthorization for a considerable amount of funds, I think it would have a good it may fail, considering the environment that we're in and all the demands on people's money, the sales tax that's going to be coming up. And I want to protect this work, and I want to protect the impact. So I believe there are mechanisms within the design of the program, like the advisory board, where you can adjust focuses and things like that. But one of the questions that I had is that if at a later date, if we were to vote for option 1 tonight, and at a later date we wanted to make minor adjustments to the scope or something like that, with the help of the Community Advisory Committee, do we have to reauthorize the whole program, or could we take a small scope to the voters that doesn't ask whether or not to have the program, but rather asks, can we adjust this element?
Yeah, I think it depends on how you want to craft the initiative language, but yes, I think you can have minor amendments to the charter language without asking the question up or down on the program itself. So I think you can do the minor scope adjustments without.
Yeah. But the first thing we need to do is reauthorize the program, because there's a time limit on that. Is that correct?
Yes, the reauthorization needs to take place before, what's the specific date, Patrick?
December 31st, 2027 is the deadline.
Mm-hmm.
That's not what we're proposing as an internal deadline, but according to the charter, December 31st, 2027 is the hard stop.
Yeah. So I'm probably running out of time here, but I just wanted to say there are always ways that you can make a program better. You can make a program stronger. I think that we can do that while securing the program today. And I'd like to move that we approve option 1 and reauthorize this program.
I second that. And I second that. And I second that. And then it's my turn. Okay, thank you. So there is a motion and a second, but still we are discussing. I just wanted to say thank you to all the young folks here at the council. I really enjoy all the comments, even though I am a little worried because we have the ice-free zone that we need to pass as well, but I think like this is also important. And also I want to thank all of those who make time yesterday to meet with me and share your dreams about what Richmond could be if we really invest in young folks in the community. You were there, yeah. I want to acknowledge, and I think I have one question, and then I will say a little thing. But my question is that one of the things that the ballot initiative calls for is the creation of the Children and Youth Department.
Yes.
Right. Under the auspices of the city manager, right?
Correct.
So we had that.
Yes.
How many staff do we have?
So I'm grateful that you asked this question because I would like to acknowledge some of my staff who are here currently. And I also want to thank Vice Mayor Robinson for acknowledging the staff. We work really hard to do the work that we do. And not only am I serving the city of Richmond, I was born here. My mother was born here and my grandmother was born here. My father was a neighborhood council president, and he was also on the RNCC. I came to council chambers when it was in HR in my pajamas as a child. I was a part of Richmond programming as a child. I was a part of RPAL for 10 years. And I knew Hal Holt personally, whose that building is on that gym. Sizell, spent a decade of my life with him. C.A. Robertson, whom some of you may not know at all, who was very instrumental in the PAL program. And so my staff here, I would like to recognize Jura Atencia Washington, Guadalupe Morales, Alexis Grace, and also I have staff online, Nicholas Delgado, and also Caitlin Burnham. We work really hard and have formed, I think, very positive relationships. And so the work that we do, although it is impactful, we take it quite personally because of the impact that it has in our community, because we're from Richmond too. Thank you.
Thank you. And are all the members full-time?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And I just asked that because one of the things that if we really want to expand the services and improve the services within the city, we will need also a bigger department. I think like children and youth has to be a bigger department and combine other things that we are doing. So thank you. I just wanted to say that I want to recognize the progress city has made, allocating more funds than before to support the young residents. That is important to say, but I recognize that it's still not enough. Right now, the program, the First Kids, allocate 3% of the fund, while many other departments get many more. And I believe that we must commit to invest more resources to support the youth, to improve the services that we provide, to have more horas on the swimming pools, to have the gyms for youth that some of you were talking to me yesterday, and to have more quality spaces where people can go and feel safe. I think like we have Rice Center, but we also need to have the public spaces to be as good as the Rice Center place to be able to serve as everybody in the city. So this has to be the commitment because, as I always say, the budget represents our values. And if we value young people in our community, we need to make sure that the city as a whole is also doing their best to uplift all the young folks in our community. So I think like the partnership with the nonprofits is great. And also there is a lot of work in our side to improve and to provide more quality recreational services. So we have all of you here coming after and said, the dream that I have is become a reality. So thank you so much.
I am so glad that you're all here, and I'm asking all of you to put in an application to be on the oversight board because we're low on youth, and you are the kind of people we need. So sign up. Yes, and not only that, people forgot to mention Yes, who also provides youth services. And as an elementary school teacher, I appreciated East Bay Center for the Performing Arts, who came to Downer Elementary and provided services for all the grades there. It was invaluable, and we need to continue doing that. In fact, we need to expand that.
Thank you so much, and I echo everything, all the sentiments that I'm so excited to see the young folks here on this evening. Malcolm X said, education is the passport to the future, for tomorrow belongs to those who prepare for it today. And so today I feel honored for the opportunity to vote in favor of continuing to pour into our young people and support the organizations that do as well. I do have one question regarding the learning needs category.
Yes.
And so I just would like to know, to what extent are current grantees under the learning needs category required to partner directly with school sites? I'm asking that question because of the test scores, the standardized test scores in our district. Some of the lowest performing schools, unfortunately, are located in Richmond. And so I want to make sure that the learning needs category is shifted in a way or going in a direction to where we are tackling literacy and math improvements and having measurable outcomes.
Absolutely. So the learning needs category, I believe, is probably one of our largest funding blocks. If I'm not sure if you recall the presentation we provided, but we are awarding conservatively well over $2 million, and it might be near 2.7 million to organizations who are providing work directly in schools. There is no requirement that those that apply under the learning needs category have to do so in collaboration with the school district, however, right? And so what we find, though, are those that are committed to providing learning needs, the overwhelming majority of them are providing services in schools. But to answer your question, there is no requirement in our guidelines that they do so in direct collaboration with the school district.
Okay, and if that was to become a requirement, it would have to go back to the voters, or is that something
I defer
we
to
could prioritize?
the city attorney's office. I think generally around amendments, I defer to the city attorney's office.
Sorry, can you repeat your question?
So I'm asking about prioritizing the grantees, or I'm asking about the learning needs category. And I know that there's no requirement for grantees to be in partnership with schools, but I was saying, according to the West Contra Costa School District's test scores, that it would seem, the best route, it would seem more beneficial for grantees to partner with schools, in particular, helping with literacy and math outcomes, improving those outcomes.
So I thought the coordination with schools, the school district had to be in collaboration with a nonprofit, right?
They do. That's Councilmember Brown, I think to your point, that is true. So if the school district were going to apply, they would need to apply in collaboration with a nonprofit. But I think what you're saying is the other way around. One of the things that could be done is we could incentivize that type of participation within our grant guidelines. So it could be an opportunity for us to identify via our needs assessment and strategic investment plan an opportunity that says, hey, our needs assessment, which will include you all, right? When we initiate our needs assessment this year, you all are considered key interest holders. So our consultants we'll reach out to you and leverage the city council office to say, hey, meet with all the council members so they can provide input. We'll host focus groups so they can provide input. We'll host community forums and conduct surveys so they can provide input. And out of that needs assessment process, what might come out of that needs assessment process and strategic investment plan from your input as well as community is, hey, we want learning needs to prioritize collaboration with the school district. And that is something that we could write into the grant guidelines as a prioritization, and we could figure out a way to incentivize that type of partnership. as a consequence of the needs assessment. Yes.
I would appreciate that, just because it's spelled out in our strategic plan that we are wanting to deepen our partnerships in connection with the school. So I think that would just be a great incentive for organizations to partner with schools, especially, you know what I mean, improving those tests, to help improve those test scores.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So, it works? Yeah, I think so. So, before I talk, I have a question. And that is, do I get my T-shirt before I speak? Thank you. So thank you everyone for coming. Very exciting. I'm glad for you to... What fit?
I'm small.
Large or extra large? So I'm glad you came, practice your public speaking skills, but honestly, I'm still confused why we had to delay it until now. We could have voted and should have voted last time. Having said that, I'm glad we're here. We're making a decision tonight. I worked with students, Rice, East Bay Center for Performing Arts. They come to District 4 as well. I'm very proud of all the dedication that goes into these organizations and all the students that benefit from them. So you may know I'm from Iran. I was 16 when the revolution happened. We were very energetic and rebellious, and it was very empowering. We broke all the rules of the society, tradition, everything, made the revolution, but it was very dangerous too, because there were no other channels to put our energy into. There were studies that said because of the large population of youth participating in the revolution, it led into instability, tension, and ultimately political violence, more political violence in the society. So guiding all that energy of the youth, which is very empowering, into the right channels, into learning skills, creativity, community building, peace building is our duty. And I'm very glad we're doing it. I love this fund, and it's wonderful. And I just wanted to say a special thanks to Patrick. I've seen his dedication. I bugged him, I think, more than any other city council member. Put him in touch with people who reach out to me and ask for grants. He gives out his personal cell phone number, connects with each one of them, and spends time to make sure they learn. So thank you so much for whatever you and your office are doing for the community. I appreciate it, and my vote is yes. Thank you, everyone.
All right, thank you. And I am small, so I'll take that. Patrick, first, thank you for the emails you have sent us to remind us that we have to appoint. I know that I replied back to one of those emails.
You did.
And I wanted to make sure that, see if we had any updates for the website. I know this is for later, but I want to make sure that the website reflects each council member district so we know kind of where they're from. And you have my email, so I'm not going to go that. My comment was more for thanking you for the emails you sent us, and I know probably we've all lost them in all the emails we get. But
we'll send them again.
I want to acknowledge that piece there, though. Now, with that, I do have a couple of questions, and I'm just trying to follow through, and I want to see if any of these questions may or may not be needed to amend. So as we're talking about, so I agree with Vice Mayor Robinson that if we were to put this at the ballot, most likely it will not pass. There's going to be a lot of other measures being put up, both in June and in November, and I think people are going to get very tired of checking things off and giving money. So I think it's important to move forward with it, but it's also important that we try to make any fixes if possible, or any amendments. And here, I've been trying to follow some of the wording here.
Okay.
So the original verbiage, and then versus the amendments. So in the original verbiage, for example, it says that, and I'm trying to find my own notes, but more or less it says public agencies are not eligible or qualified to apply for funds.
Yes.
In the amendments, we then scratch that off and say public agencies are allowed to apply for funds.
Yes.
So with that there, West County Unified School District is a public agency.
Yes.
So in one area, we are saying they're not eligible to apply, but in the amendments, we are now saying public agencies are able to apply. Even though we didn't scratch West County Unified School District out of the original verbiage, we did amend to say public agencies can apply.
Correct.
So I just want to make sure, because there was prior conversation saying that potentially they weren't able to apply, but it sounds like they can.
Yes, if they apply. So for clarity, again, to your question, certain public agencies are restricted from applying only if, right? And there is an exception that they are eligible to apply only if they apply in collaboration with nonprofits. So these public agencies cannot apply in and of themselves alone.
So actually, yes, they can, according to the amendments. And let me read this here. Again, and this is great, and I don't want to debate you. I just want to make sure there's opportunities to try to clear out the language.
Sure.
So in page 5 of the amendments, it says, entities eligible to receive funding shall be public agencies.
What section are you reading?
Page, so I'm in page 5 of the PDF there in the section C.
Okay. Section
let me
C.
scroll up and see. Section 5. So capital section 5, not lowercase section, because that's another thing that we need to figure out different verbiage. So it's SEC,
Yes.
which stands for section.
Yes.
So SEC 5 under section 4.
Okay.
So again, you see section 5 under section 4, area C, as in Caesar. Entities eligible to receive funding shall be public agencies and nonprofit community-based organizations, including organizations with a nonprofit fiscal agent. And we scratched out the portion that says, and public agencies in partnership with a nonprofit organization. So we scratched that part out. So now
Yes.
it says, so public agencies, that serve children, youth, and disconnected transitional age young adults.
Correct.
So by how I am reading this, then, the West County Unified School District would be eligible because they are a public agency that is serving youth because they're a school district.
No. So I think it provides larger parameters. This language speaks to the broader parameters, and that there are circumstances because we have a section 5 section 5 excluded services, right? So that section C that you're reading speaks to what are the boundaries of the types of organizations that could receive funding. And it includes nonprofits and public agencies. Section 5C says the conditions under which a public agency can then access those funds.
So you're confusing me there because this says section 4 says eligible uses.
Yes.
And then under eligible uses, it does say entities eligible to receive the funding shall be public agencies that serve children, youth, and disconnected transitional young adults.
Correct.
So
Right.
how does the West County Unified School District not a public agency, or how are they not serving children and youth?
They very well are, Councilmember Zepeda. But if we continue to read in section 5, subpart B, it says services provided by a public agency, an example of which is the West Contra Costa Public Unified School District, Richmond Libraries, the Office of Neighborhood Safety. These are all public agencies. Can apply in collaboration.
And that's where my question is, that I think needs a little bit of clarifying, because that
may be true.
In
That may
the
be true.
original document, it says something, right? It's what you're reading. You're reading from the original document.
No, sir. I'm reading from what's on the webpage in the charter.
Okay. Well, I'm reading from the verbiage that was presented to us in the attachments, which I'm assuming was more or less the ballot measure that was presented to the voters. And then I know that we then take that and then we put it into our charter.
Correct.
Right? And we might clear it up a little bit. But I believe that the original documents are the main intent.
So
is that not how it's?
I
Right?
can
So I'm trying to
only,
read. So now I'm trying to read 3 documents, right? And I haven't read what you're reading there. So then they all kind of say kind of different things. So we got to figure out the original plus the amendments plus whoever wrote the amendments to the amendments.
No, I think you need to, just for reference, I think you need to be reading from the latest version that included the 2018 amendments. So what?
That's where I'm reading from. That's the attachment, right?
Right. So do you have Article 15 in front of you, the most recent Article 15 that's included within the City of Richmond Charter?
So I went to the attachments on the agenda. It says revisions to Richmond Kids First Initiative.
I can go look. Okay, let me pull it up here.
And so I'm just reading from that attachment there. So, and I don't want to belabor this, but I just feel like there's an opportunity to just clarify one way or the other, whichever way it goes, just to clarify. Because if this is the document we are supposed to be reading and asking questions from, then that's where.
So I think the focus should be on Section 5, excluded services, Section B.
Section 5, capital SEC, Section 5? Because when I'm reading Section 5 in the amendments...
Yeah, it's unclear what you're referencing. I can't hold my mic and look at my computer, so one moment.
I'll come over, or you can come over mine. But again, I'm reading from the attachments that were provided to us.
Sure, I'm coming over.
Yeah. So Patrick, I want to apologize if I seem like I was attacking you. I was basically just trying to clarify. So apologies if I came off that way.
I don't take any of this personally.
I think this conversation between you and SSR points to the fact that we do need to review and clean up the language of this. So anyway, I do appreciate all the work that you do. I want you to know that.
Thank you.
So this is
Yes.
one of the.
So attachment 1 that's included on the in the agenda item is
So what is this revision to Richmond Kids First?
I assume he's looking at
It's an attachment to the agenda that says
revisions to Kids First Initiative. I assume this is the 2018 charter amendment. So what that is so what they did is they attached the legislative history, but
Correct.
attachment 1 is the document that's in force right now that includes all the amendments. So look at attachment 1 for reference.
So in the amendment, we remove public agencies then?
I haven't. Yeah,
No.
Patrick, can you?
No.
So may I suggest that we take a vote, because it doesn't have anything to do with the vote, and then get it resolved later and then bring it back to the council if needed.
So can I just clarify one thing? So just to clarify, and going back to Vice Mayor Robinson's question around scope, is that, Patrick, and can you elaborate here on kind of the role of the oversight board and the role of the strategic investment plan, and kind of just going over what that includes and entails, and also community input. Can you talk about? I know we spoke briefly about it in our today, but can you please expand?
Sure. So the power of this measure is that it is iterative. The item has in it a 3-year cycle of funding. And then what it does is it says every 3 years you need to do a needs assessment and strategic investment plan so that you can be responsive to the context of the day. When we initially started this work, we were in the midst of COVID. As a consequence of that, there was so much desire and demand from the research, that the primary data collection that we as the department collected for mental health services, because kids felt isolated. They were alone. And as a consequence of that, what we did was we elevated mental health services. Today, we are initiating a new community needs assessment process, not today technically, but right, this year, right, we're going to bring on a consultant and we're going to initiate that process. You all will be a part of that needs assessment process throughout the entirety of that process to weigh in and provide input and give Give us your perspective based on the fact that you engage with residents to the extent that you do. Not only will you do that, the residents as well will do that. The young people will do that. Service providers will do that. And guess what will happen? As a context of what we are experiencing at this time, we will be able to uplift what the needs are to support residents based on your experience and based on residents' experiences. And that will include a list of things, not only the interviews with you as well as executive directors and others who are anchors in our organization providing services to young people. We host focus groups with a myriad of priority populations, which are identified within our young people. We will also do interviews, and then we will draft a guideline, and we will be happy to bring those to you and say, hey, here's how we're thinking about allocating funds in this. This is what our oversight board is considering. How does that sit with what you're hearing and where you feel the needs are? There's going to be a lot of points throughout this process to provide input and give your perspective, because we know that you are hearing about these pressing needs from your constituents. And so I want you to feel confident that there's going to be a lot of opportunities for you to provide your input based on where you are hearing and it's reflected to you the need exists.
Thank you. I don't know if that was Vice question. All right, thank you. So I'm going to move away from that public sector stuff, because it sounds like the other document is the one that we should be reading. So from that document, then, the quorum, what is, and this will be for our city attorney, what is the definition of a regular member? You asked the question, and that was it. No, you didn't ask for a vote. You asked for a point of order, because you were asking for a process, and the mayor just responded. So right now I'm still in the middle of my questioning. So, city attorney. No, point of order, trying to figure out a process.
Exactly.
So your question is, what constitutes a regular member? If you look at the charter initiative, there's no definition section that defines regular member.
Okay.
But I would, based on context clues, it would be a member of the oversight board, as opposed to I don't think there's any special members of such board.
There are not.
Okay, just because you had mentioned the rolling quorum, and this just says a majority of the regular members, so maybe it's the same. Again, just another piece that we want to make sure that we clarify if needed in there.
That could get clarified in the bylaws.
Okay.
Perfect. They are.
What?
They are in the bylaws.
Okay. In the bylaws that were created.
Okay, I just wasn't sure what the voters approved, if that takes precedence over the bylaws, because the bylaws should not correct what the voters, or change what the voters approved. So I just want to make sure that we have clarification of what regular members means on there.
We have a lot of questions on the language. I don't think this is a time and place to go over it. I think what we need to do is to compile our questions, send them to you,
please,
so that you can begin to get an understanding of the issues that the council has with the language of the document. So if you don't mind, it would be better for the process to save the questions and send them to Patrick, as I will be doing.
Are you bringing back the item for any amendments?
That could be part of the we would have to make an agenda item for that, and we can do that. But okay, what I think we need to do is to clean up the language.
Excuse me, Mayor. Yeah. I believe this item wasn't so much to clean up the language, but right. The item was to whether or not to reauthorize. Like right. That is the agenda item. I think I think we have to bring in a different agenda item
Right.
to consider
that's
other
what I was
things.
saying.
Yeah, great.
Yeah. So, one other thing.
Provide direction. So it's to receive the applications and provide direction. So this is part of providing direction.
Yeah, so I think the motion on the floor is to approve option 1, which is the city council reauthorizes the article without amendment. Keep as is, if that's my understanding of Vice Mayor's motion.
Right. Right. So, yeah, we can write something up that comes back. Now, one other thing, in terms of the appointments, we need more youth, and we need people. We need people in District 2, which is Cepeda's district, and people in Vice Mayor Robinson's district. So, and then people in Bana's district, a youth. So I'm sure Patrick sent out notices of who needs to apply for people. So it's time. Oh, okay.
Okay. Hi. Wow. So yeah, I'm going to vote yes on this, but but I do. I am convinced that the couple of concerns that I have are things that we can address administratively after the vote. Right. But I'm going to say them out loud, just so that they're on record. One, and Patrick, you've been extremely helpful with this, is I do have a concern that the services provided have a good geographic distribution around the city. And I know there's some great programs, up on McDonald, but I want to make sure that, because transportation is an issue for some people, I do want to make sure that when we approve funding for organizations to do work, that we're taking a look at a map of where we have kids in the greatest need and making sure there's neighborhood-based programs for them as well. So that's number one. And the second, and this is going to sound petty, this is my time to shine. This is going to sound a little petty, but I'm going to say it, is that I would like to see, since this is public money and it's taxpayer dollars, I would like to see some kind of requirement that organizations that take this money have to sort of put a little, not a disclaimer exactly, but acknowledge that it's your taxpayer dollars at work. And I realize from talking to folks that when philanthropists give money, they don't want the credit, but when the city gives money, we do want the credit. So if that can kind of be built into it, because truly, I didn't know that the city helped pay for some of these great programs until I started sitting up here, and so that might just have been my ignorance. But anyways, I want to. Taxpayer money that comes to the city, and then what we're doing here is redistributing it. So at any rate, I think we're in agreement. At any rate. So those are the things that I feel like we can have these conversations with the various governing boards and city staff. So thank you. That's it. I think let's call the question.
We don't have to call a question. It's time for a vote.
Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Bonner?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Robinson? Councilmember Zepeda?
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez?
YES. Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
We are going to discuss the ice-free zone, and I would love for you to stay for a little longer.
Next item.
Okay. I'm not sure if you guys heard, but the vote is unanimous on that item.
Testing.
Hey, I think you have Should I start on the next item? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Should we move to the next item?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. I'm ready. Are you,
Item X1 under new business. Item X1 is to introduce an ordinance for first reading amending Richmond Municipal Code, Chapter 2.30, to clarify limitations on the use of city property, personnel, and resources for civil immigration enforcement, and develop implementation procedures, including communication plans and reporting requirements. We have 2 in-person speakers. If there's anyone joining us online that would like to address the council on this item, raise your hand at this time, please.
okay, I'd like to, can anyone hear me? Okay, great. This is in response to council direction to strengthen our municipal code section or chapter 2.30. Here tonight, I have Kimberly Chen, my colleague, who has spent a lot of hours and time working with Gabino Arredondo and others on city staff to create what we believe to be a strong ordinance and that provides protections to the immigrant community. So if we can, I'm going to turn it now to Ms. Chen to go over the presentation. KCRT.
Thank you. KCRT, can you put up the PowerPoint, please? Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Kimberly Chen. I'm the Senior Assistant City Attorney, and with me is
Gavin Arredondo, Project Manager.
And so, as Shannon said, we are here to present, to introduce an ordinance, the first reading amending the Richmond Municipal Code, Chapter 2.30, to clarify limitations on the use of city property, personnel, and resources for civil immigration enforcement, and to develop implementation procedures, including communications plan and reporting requirements. Next slide, please. So we're first going to go over the council direction, and then we'll go through the proposed amendments to RMC Chapter 2.30, and then Gabino will go through the draft implementation and communication plans, and then we will also talk about next steps. Next slide, please. So as you may recall, at the February 3rd, 2026 meeting, there was direction to the city manager and the city attorney to return with a proposed ice-free zone ordinance, and that proposed ordinance shall restrict the use of city-owned or city-controlled property, facilities, personnel, and resources for federal civil immigration enforcement, including staging areas, processing or detention locations and operation bases, and establish non-cooperation and resource denial policies consistent with applicable law, and require the development of a coordinated implementation strategy, including interdepartmental protocols, staff training, and a community-facing preparedness and communications plan. Next slide. So as you know, last year in 2025, the City Council passed Ordinance 8-25NS, which added Chapter 2.30 to the Richmond Municipal Code. That ordinance specifically added section 2.30030, which specifically stated that no city resources, including city personnel and city property, shall be utilized to assist in the enforcement of federal immigration law, among other things, unless required by federal or state statute, regulation, or court decision. And so now we're bringing you proposed amendments to Richmond Municipal Code Chapter 2.30, and those include clarifying the scope of limitations on the use of city property, including explicitly prohibiting the use as a staging area, processing location, or operational base for civil immigration enforcement activities, further defining and clarifying what constitutes, quote, the use of city resources for purposes of enforcement restrictions, establishes departmental responsibilities for implementation, including training employees on the provisions of RMC Chapter 2.30 and associated administrative procedures, formalizing the development and implementation of a community-facing communications and preparedness plan, and establishing reporting requirements to monitor and document implementation of RMC Chapter 2.30. So now I'm going to quickly go through those changes with you. So next slide, please. So the proposed amendments amend certain portions of Chapter 2.30. We amended Section 2.30.010 to add additional findings and declarations, and to amend one finding and declaration to provide more support for the amendments that we are introducing. We also added additional definitions in Section 2.30.020. Specifically, we added a definition for city personnel, city property, non-public areas of city property, and staging areas. Those are to support the further restrictions and clarifications that we've included. And then specifically in Section 2.30.030, which is the limitations on the use of city resources, we amended one section and added two sections to provide further examples of how the use of city property and city resources is limited for immigration enforcement actions. And so now specifically, that section will say that among the limitations is that city property cannot be used as a staging area, processing location, or operational base for immigration enforcement. And it also clarifies that the city is not allowed to provide city personnel, funds, equipment storage, communication systems, data systems, office space, parking access, or other resources for immigration enforcement. So that further clarifies what the limitations on city resources. And then we have also added Section 2.30.070 relating to communications. Next slide, please. This section adds the establishment of the creation of the communications plan that the City Council directed, and that would provide information to the public in the event of a verified immigration enforcement action within the City of Richmond. And then we also added Section 2.30.080, which relates to implementation and reporting. So in this section, it establishes the development of procedures to implement the chapter, including the communications plan, and requires training related to those procedures. It memorializes the designation of non-public areas of city property and signage, and requires that city personnel promptly report immigration enforcement activities. These are all things that we are already doing, but now it's codified in the municipal code. And then lastly, it establishes an annual reporting to the City Council on the implementation, which you will receive by May 1st of every year, starting with May 1st of 2027. So next slide.
And to give more details related to the implementation and communications plan, here are the current draft sections that we will have a physical written implementation plan. The sections that are derived are both from the council direction and also from the community meetings. We've had 2 community meetings related to input related to this updated other ordinance, and also I've met with one group individually who also asked to give more input. So currently, our draft plan sections for our coordinated implementation and community implementation strategy would be one section on background and history, one section on the existing policies and procedures, which we presented here in the last meeting. We will have a section internally to what the city of Richmond is doing. So that's more related to the limited assistance protocol, how city staff members are trained, the frequency, also the actual signage we will be using on city properties. There's different counties and different cities that have implementation similar ordinances that have taken different methods. So we will actually have samples there. The next section will include citywide communication related to immigration enforcement activities. So calling out the existing rapid response networks, what exactly they're focusing on. One feedback that I learned about is even though it says rapid response network or phone number, they focus on different things. So some focus more on when there's deportation incidents. Some of the rapid response networks more focus on debunking myths or doing background to see if immigration enforcement activities are actually happening. And then also internally, we currently have an internal informal way that we're also trying to verify incidents. So actually have it written and how we're doing it currently. Another section in next slide. Additional sections, and these also come from the community meeting input, is to include all the regional and local resources related to immigration, and also include how families and neighborhoods could create immigration safety plans. So there are different there are different already immigration safety plans that different immigrant rights organizations have created, but we could also link to that and also see if there's any additions that we need to do in the Richmond context. Also have all these implementation and communication plan strategy translated in multiple manners, and also explicitly talk about how we're going to collaborate with other systems from the school district, Contra Costa College and neighboring cities. So our goal is to have a draft implementation and communication plans 2 weeks after approval. And then we could share it with the community, have another community meeting, and also share it with the ad hoc to get more feedback, to be ready for when the ordinance is actually in effect, which is believed 30 days after its second reading. Next slide. So for the next steps, if this ordinance is, there's no significant changes today, it will come back on April 28th for second reading, and then the ordinance would take in effect 30 days thereafter on May 28th. Draft implementation plan 2 weeks after the second reading, and then we will have continued community input meetings and engagement. Next slide. And that's our update.
Yeah, and now we, as a reminder, the attachment to the staff report, we did include a red line that shows the changes to the ordinance, and then there's also a clean version that shows you what the ordinance or what the RMC Chapter 2.30 would look like if the ordinance is adopted. And with that, if you have any questions, we're happy to answer.
And public, do we have public comments?
Yes, we have 2 in-person speakers, and we have 6 online speakers. Okay, 2 in-person speakers are Cordell Handler and Mark Walsberg.
So good evening, Mayor Martinez, Council. For the record, I am Cordell Handler, and I have looked at the clean version that staff presented. I don't have no problem with the red line version, but I do like the clean version of it. So, Mayor Martinez, approve the clean version as presented, and that's it.
Mark Walsberg.
You are not going to stop the federal government from doing anything. I said they are kidnapping dictators and overthrowing governments. The Richmond PD is going to detain ICE and National Guard to get the information so they could press charges against ICE. This is what the police chief said. Now, you think you have some type of powers over the federal government, you're wrong. Now, I don't know where you get this stupid idea from, this ordinance, that you're going to stop the federal government from doing anything, because you're not going to do it. And you think the Richmond PD is stupid enough to detain ICE and National Guard to get the information? Your own chief out there is aiding Benny criminals from the law. This is how stupid he is. He knows the law, but he's just playing stupid politics. That's all he's doing. And it's unbelievable how stupid you people are. You like this, and you stood up for criminals, you're aiding Benny criminals, and you're laughing. What's going to happen when ICE comes in anyway? What are you going to tell the people? Because they're going to come in their homes, they're going to come to the churches, they're coming to the schools. You ain't going to stop nobody from doing anything. See, this is how stupid you are, lady. And you think that stupid chief over there is going to have his men go after ICE? And you think the district attorney is going to file charges? Because that's the only way she's going to do it. The only way she's going to get information, if the Richmond PD detains these people, get the information, then they got to give it to the district attorney. And if she filed charges, I guarantee Trump's going to give her a new asshole when he gets done with her. Because you think it's funny. You wait till the feds come here with full force. You won't be laughing much longer, I guarantee you that. And it's just amazing how stupid the Richmond PD is. They think they're going to go ahead and tackle ICE. If you want to start a fight with the federal government, go ahead, because I'll guarantee you, you're going to leave, and your lady, you're talking out of your ass. Stupid Richmond cops.
Okay, we have 6 online speakers. Please call the speakers.
Those speakers are Crescent, followed by Chris Tafe, Angie Melendez, Noel Cantu, Sonia Decker, and Carlos will be the last speaker. Crescent, please unmute yourself, state your last name for the record, and you may begin.
Hi, my name is Crescent Diamond, and I am a Richmond resident, District 1, and a member of Reimagine Richmond. I want to applaud you all, the City Council, for passing the ordinance, because I know our community is strongest when we protect the most vulnerable among us. I love my immigrant friends, family, and neighbors. I think you would agree with me that immigrants make this city the awesome place that it is, and I want to do anything in my power to protect them. I am a descendant of Holocaust survivors, and I grew up with the phrase, never again. The recent events in Minnesota, Chicago, and LA have demonstrated that we're all facing real danger and that Richmond needs to prepare as if it's an impending natural disaster. This ordinance strengthens community safety and protects our constitutional rights. Protecting immigrants is also about protecting community stability and economic stability. Protecting immigrants is protecting all of us. My fear is whether the city will be prepared if there is a large-scale operation in Richmond before June 1st. It's my understanding that staff cannot get started until 30 days after the second reading is approved. So thank you in advance for approving the draft so that the staff can get started on implementation, and really please make sure that the second reading on April 28th is not delayed, because if it's delayed another week or 2 weeks or 3 weeks, then that's, pushing it out however long, another 3 weeks. So I think everyone knows this is super urgent, and I really thank you for doing this work.
Thank you. The next speaker is Chris Tate. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hi, my name is Chris Taff. I'm a preschool teacher in Richmond, and I work with Reimagine Richmond. I support these amendments to Chapter 2.30. I thank you for your support for this ordinance in the past. I'm concerned for my students. I'm concerned for the children and families in Richmond. As a trained ICE lookout, I circle Home Depot 4 hours a week. I see the faces of the day laborers who must balance fear with the necessity to go to work and support their families. It's moving, it's humbling. Tomorrow morning when I bike around Home Depot, I want my city council to have affirmed these preparations to protect everyone in our community, not just undocumented people. These amendments do pair non-cooperation with emergency planning, communications, and neighborhood-based preparedness. Crucially, they include spaces that the city leases as well as controls directly. Please do adopt this ordinance as amended. Keep being a beacon city for the whole nation. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Andrew Melendez. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Amazing. Thank you so much. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Andrew Melendez. I'm a lifelong Richmond resident, and I'm speaking in proud and strong support of this ordinance. I'm really grateful to this council for approving the initial draft for this ordinance back in March, and I'm really excited that we're taking another step to protect our immigrant communities here. These protections, as we all know, are really needed, especially in a time where there continues to be so much fear and panic within our immigrant communities. We've seen in our deep outreach to immigrant communities across Richmond, like our day laborers, families, our youth and business owners, and more who are looking for support from our local governments to keep us safe. And I think by ensuring that we're using the powers given to us by state law to restrict immigration activity, we can send a really strong message to our Richmond immigrants that we continue to stand with them. The language that's been presented looks really strong, and I really love the inclusion of protections not just for city-owned property, but also city-leased and city-controlled properties too. And I'm really looking forward to hearing more from the city about the citywide communication protocol. All this is going to help ensure that Richmond remains protected and that we remain ready if ICE or the National Guard were to mobilize in our communities. And so again, just really thank you so much to this council, and I hope that you will vote in favor of this ordinance amendment. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Noel Cantu. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hi, my name is Noel Marisol Cantu. I'm a third generation Richmond resident, and I want to just take a moment to thank you to the city attorney's office. Incredible work on this ordinance. Thank you, Attorney King and more. I read through the red line version, the clean version, and I am so excited that this is the strongest protection that we can give our immigrant community, to the point where cities across Contra Costa, across South Bay are reaching out to learn more about how Richmond is creating and strengthening these type of ordinances. Every week we have gotten somebody else reaching out because we're in the news, and we are setting a precedent for our entire Bay Area, for the larger California as well. And so thank you for honoring this commitment. Thank you to the council for protecting our immigrant communities. I am proud to be a Richmond resident. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Sonia Decker. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hello, my name is Sonia Decker, and I'm a Richmond resident. I grew up in Richmond and I live here now. I live in District 6, and I'm also a member of Reimagine Richmond. And I want to speak in strong support of this ordinance and approving this draft. Thank you so much to everyone who has taken the time to put this together. I'm really grateful that you've taken the time to gather community feedback and impact from folks directly impacted. And thank you to council for your support. This ordinance really clarifies and strengthens the existing policies and builds on them to create a plan that is really in line with our values and can really support our immigrant communities and honestly all of us. When any one group is targeted, all of our constitutional rights are in danger. I'm a rapid response. I do rapid response in the community, and I really see and hear the fear that immigrants are experiencing right now, and it's very real day to day. I'm also a therapist, and I really see this as a public health issue. This is acute trauma that folks are dealing with, and the stress of this is very intense. And by putting through this ordinance, you're helping to decrease fear and help people feel empowered, help build trust and clarity and strong leadership so that we can feel in this together. City spaces should be a place of support and safety, not used to inflict harm on our communities. So I really appreciate the infrastructure, the planning, and also uplifting and supporting the organizing that's happening, as well as the education. I think all of the pieces of this are really strong, and thank you so much for moving this forward, hopefully today.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Carlos. Carlos, please state your last name for the record, and you may begin.
Yeah, good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Carlos Juarez, and I'm a member of Reimagine Richmond. Thank you for moving forward with the ice-free zone amendments. I'm here today to speak to the importance of getting the language right. We've already taken an important step by voting to strengthen the ordinance, but how it's written will determine whether it truly protects our community or leaves gaps that can be exploited. This policy must be clear and enforceable. That means no loopholes that allows federal immigration enforcement to use city spaces, whether directly or indirectly. City facilities should never become staging grounds for detention or enforcement, especially in non-public spaces where residents expect safety and privacy. Language matters because because implementation matters. Without strong definitions, accountability, and clear limits, policies like this can fall short in practice. I also want to uplift what this ordinance represents. For many families in Richmond, fear of enforcement is real. It affects whether people seek services, show up to school, or engage with their own city. When people don't feel safe accessing public resources, our entire community is impacted. This is about making sure our libraries, community centers, and city buildings remain spaces of care, not fear. I urge you to adopt the strongest possible language that is clear, accountable, and truly protective, so this ordinance lives up to its intent. Richmond has the opportunity to lead here. Let's make sure we do it right. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was our last speaker.
All right. So public comment is closed, and it is time for questions, comments from the council.
One point of clarification. So the second reading would be April 21st, not the 28th. So it would be sooner than the timeline outlined in the PowerPoint. So going into effect May 21st.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, and Kimberly and Gavino, for working on this. I know you have been putting a lot of work. I have a couple of questions. One of the questions is that in section 230070, communication, in the paragraph, the last paragraph said, nothing in this section shall be constructed as mandatory duty. What does it mean?
Yeah, so there's a government code provision that allows the city to be sued for quote-unquote mandatory duties. And we didn't want to create liability for the city by implementing this ordinance. So while it has strong language, we wanted to make sure that it was very clear that we weren't imposing a mandatory duty that would give rise to liability against the city if there was any failure to do something in here. While we understand that we want the strongest language, we're not also interested in opening the city up to liability. So that's why that language is there.
Thank you. How can police enforce this ordinance?
I just want to, can you repeat the question again?
How can the police department enforce this ordinance?
From a very, thank you for the question, Councilwoman Menace. From a very practical standpoint, if there were federal officers that were staging in any of our locations, for example, we would tell them they need to leave.
Perfect.
Pretty plain and simply. Yeah.
Okay. So you had the mandate and you will just follow. Thank you so much.
Yep.
My last question is, Gavino, you are putting the protocols. Thank you so much. It looks really great, and I saw the events. We created, Council Member Robinson, Mayor Eduardo Martinez, and I are part of a task force. How you see the work that you are doing with related to us giving input, or how do you see that us working together to finalize the protocol?
Yes, how I envisioned it was that the first meeting of us would be the draft implementation plan and communications plan that we could get direct feedback from. So once city staff, even if we have it sooner, that we could convene the group to get feedback. But then we would also have it available in the public for, on our website, and also maybe hold one more community meeting to bring back the people that have been part of the other two community meetings to give their feedback and see if they have any more questions. But I think that would be the first meeting of the group.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to say thank you so much, and this is important to send a clear message to our community, and especially the immigrant community that is under attack right now with this administration, to say that we are doing as much as we can to protect them. As you know, and this is really important for us, the protocols, and to have the certainty that our police department and the officers are now in collaboration with ICE. What happened in San Francisco airport was that a TSA employee shared the data of the mom and the girl that got deported. They are from Richmond. They were from Richmond because now they got deported. I just wanted to convey this because as we may think that nothing is happening, things are happening, and this is a good way to strengthen what we, or power of what we can do to protect our community. Thank you.
I also wanted to say thank you for all your work on this. I know it's a lot, especially right now with all of the things happening in the world. I had one area that I wanted to ask some questions about just to make sure I understand it clearly, and that is in this version, we've identified some non-public public space, and I would really like to understand better what's the function of that, how would that be used. I have an idea, but I just want to make sure I'm understanding it correctly. Can you help me understand how that would function if, say, ICE or immigration officials were going to come and want to access a non-public city space?
Sure. So one of the definitions that we did add or clarify was non-public areas of city property, and we've defined that as city property that is not generally open and accessible to the public, and we've given some examples of that. And I think a good example would be if you go to City Hall right now, there are areas within the city where there is already signage that says this is not open to the public, and in those areas, in order for federal immigration officials to enter those areas, they would need a judicial warrant to enter. So there are certain areas already in City Hall and around the different city properties where they've been designated to be, they are city property, but they're not open and accessible to the public. And so in those areas, if federal immigration officials were to visit city property, those areas, they would need a judicial warrant in order to enter those areas.
Okay. So are we going to be designating non-public areas in kind of all of our public spaces? Because I think what I'm trying to get at is that we informally know that there's staff areas or whatnot, but they're not always labeled. And if they're not labeled, then I believe currently they would be considered a part of the public access, right?
I don't know about the last part that you just mentioned, but currently we have labeling like on 450 and 440, and then we're going through all the community centers, but most of the spaces that are in this category are city staff workspaces, and like the corporation yards, the parks yard, the public can't just go in there. There's certain sections that they can, and so those are the areas where we have the signage that you cannot, you cannot pass this area without like a warrant or other permissions.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm just thinking of an example where there was somebody who was delivering. They were an Uber driver, and they were delivering a package to somebody's house. It wasn't their house, and the immigration officials were kind of chasing them, and they ran into the house. It wasn't their house, but they ran into private property, right? And so at that point, they would need a warrant to come in.
It would depend. So under your hypothetical scenario, the person ran to someone else's private home. The person who has the privacy right there is the homeowner,
right?
Not the person who ran in.
Right.
So the issue would be whether the homeowner grants federal immigration officials into the house.
Right.
access on their own. If
Okay.
they did not, then they would have to come back with a warrant. So in that
So,
scenario,
yeah,
it depends
and
on.
So in a similar scenario, if something similar happened with a city property where somebody came into a non-public space, who would be the person to determine whether or not those other people, the immigration officials, could follow?
I think that's a difficult question because some of the non-public city areas are already, they are not open to the public. So there are certain places in City Hall that are behind a badge that even members of the public would not be able to kind of run into. There are some areas where they could be open to the public and have access to non-public areas. It would still be the same. We have designated those places as areas where ICE cannot enter without, and we hold, in that scenario, the city would hold the privacy right. We have the right to allow people to enter, and we would say that area is not a place where officials could enter. But again, if they went back and got a warrant, then, and it was a valid judicial
And of
warrant.
course, we would never want to aid and abet, right? Like, this would not be something where city staff would be like, come, seek shelter. But if someone happened to be back there, then the city would have the right to say whether or not this was private space and that they need to seek a warrant.
Correct, and that was one of the additions and the findings that we did articulate. We did say that the purpose of the chapter was to ensure effective policing, to protect the safety, well-being, and constitutional rights, but it was not intended to impede or interfere with lawful federal authority.
Thank you.
And if that would occur, if people would go into city property, then that triggers hopefully, the training we have for city staff, which is call the city attorney, the hotline. So then city attorney's office and all the internal staff would be, present to be able to attend to the situation. We recommend staff to video record and all those different things that we have added.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I really answered a lot of my questions and for the amendments that really spelled out things, because I think that we were, I don't mean like we were, but like it was giving a false pretense. Like Vice Mayor mentioned that we are saying like, hey, come over here and seek, shelter and to avoid any type of federal agents who do have warrants. So thanks for clarifying that. I do also have a question regarding the ordinance. It says that the city manager will develop a community plan with input from the public to inform residents in the event of a verified enforcement. And so is that accurate? Is she going to create the community plan, the communications plan?
You can start and then I'll.
Yeah, so that is codifying what is already occurring. So the two community meetings, and you can talk about this a little bit more, the two community meetings that were held prior to when we gave our report, I can't remember, 2 weeks ago, and now this, that was already the start of the city manager's office or his or her designee, that's what the ordinance says, to develop that communication plan. So this is now codifying the process that was already in place. And so that is the communications plan that we kind of previewed at our last city council meeting, and that's the same communications plan that Gabino was talking about today in terms of next step. Like, we've actually started that process knowing that the ordinance was coming, and so we've already started doing and having those community meetings and developing that communications plan, and because we already started doing that before the ordinance was introduced, we can now wrap that up in the next 30 to 45 days.
Okay, and so thank you, because I know he said he answered that 2 weeks after the approval, then we'll have the plan.
After the second reading.
Right.
Second reading.
So will that be brought back to the council for any sort of adjustments or amendments at that point, or you can't make adjustments?
I think we're allowed to make adjustments internally according to the ordinance at times. So we will have a draft and get feedback. That's why we try to be a little broader on the ordinance. So if we wanted to do any individual changes, like say we have a section on verification, like how currently we do it, rapid response networks outreach to the city to help with verification. Then we have staff internally talk to public safety and different departments if it's true, and then we go back and then communicate it out to the mayor's office. That's been our current practice.
Right.
So say something different, like another group shows up that we need to add to this rapid response network during the whole year. It allows us to make some changes administratively versus having to come back here all the
Right.
time to make changes as the situations change.
Okay, because that's what my concern is. So I love the fact that we've strengthened the ordinance, but my major concern is that we're sending out any type of alarming messages, citywide messages, because it didn't clearly define like who confirms like what an actual verified enforcement would be. Like, is there a chain of command? Who drafts the message, who signs off on the release before we send out something like that? And is law enforcement going to be involved to kind of like verify it all? I just want us to handle these situations because they're so sensitive. I just want us to handle them in the best way possible so we're not, putting fear out there or sending out mixed messaging and things like that. So just want to kind of understand the chain of command. And
That's exactly what we'll be putting in the communications plan, the chain of command, and how we will project the messaging for single incidents versus say community meetings. People had concerns for these massive incidents like Minnesota. So what's the trigger when it actually disrupts the whole city? Then maybe that's the activation of our EOC, right? So what are the individual incidents versus larger incidents? We'll have that in the plan and how we are going to be doing that internally.
so we'll see at the next readings like a step-by-step of the implementation on like how that's all going to be spelled out. Okay,
Correct.
great. Thank you.
And you could give us feedback from that.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, may I go? Am I next? All right, thank you. Thank you for bringing this and working on this and being in the various community meetings as well. So thank you for all your work on this. A couple of questions in the definitions. I'll start off with the city property. We don't list, and I don't know if it's alluded to, but we don't list sidewalks and streets as an example. Roadways, anything in Richmond. Are those all excluded?
Those are public, so they're public right-of-way, so we can't, those are not things that we exclusively control. They're open to the public all the time. We can't not let certain people use the road. So there's a reason why city property is defined in the way it is, and we've given some examples of what it is, but typically roadways and streetways are public right-of-ways.
Thank you. And then what would happen if, and this might be a question for the chief, if there are some ICE people, maybe they're parking on the sidewalk because we have some really large sidewalks, or they just decide to double park on the street because we're not giving them access to our city property, which is our buildings, our parking lots, our garages. So what stops them from just double parking?
Yeah, if we got called to the scene of something like that, we would ask them to move their vehicles the same way we would ask any resident that's in violation of the vehicle code. Just because you're conducting some type of operation does not give you the right of way to just violate vehicle codes and block public roadways and block public walkways.
Thank you. And then from there, how are we then enforcing that? So they're blocking somebody's front sidewalk in the street because they're double parked, and you come in and they say, well, whatever, we're doing something.
We would document it in a police report and probably try routing it through city attorney's office or things of that nature. Like what we're not going to do is get into a confrontation with another law enforcement agency that's operating in some sort of legal capacity. We would document it, but that's also how we would handle it with a resident as well.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I just want to, because I didn't see streets and sidewalks on there, so it is somewhat excluded, but this gives a good explanation. Thank you for that. And then what I also saw under the definition of city personnel, it excludes volunteers and contractors. And I wanted to see, why are we excluding? I somewhat get volunteers, but
Legally, independent contractors and volunteers are not considered personnel. They're not considered employees of the city. And also the reason why is a practical reason, because the way city personnel is used here, we're talking about what city people who are employed with the city can and should do. So for example, like one of the section calls for the training of city personnel. That's easy to train personnel who work here. It's not easy to always train volunteers, nor could we require independent contractors to come and be trained. So from a legal perspective, independent contractors and volunteers are typically not considered public employees, and so that's why the definition is for city and personnel.
Now, would it warrant maybe having another section, because I believe the intent is so a city personnel to not open the door, for example, for someone to walk in and arrest somebody else. But then that means that a contractor could potentially open it. There's somebody doing some work, the HVAC system somewhere.
I guess like hypothetically that could
I mean, these are all
happen,
hypothetical
but
stuff in a way.
again, there are the protocol, the response protocol places it on a city. So like, for example, let's say the city attorney's office is a non-public area. It's designated, and let's say a contractor was working on our door. We would not let the officer in. The contractor might, but we would not. That would activate the city protocol, the limited access protocol, and city employees would then stop the federal
My whole
official
thing is
from
once
coming
they're
in.
in, now you got to get them out, versus telling them you can't come in if the door is closed, right?
I mean, I think this is a little bit
I'm getting into, I just think
hairs.
that maybe there's some wording that we can say if contractors come into the city of Richmond, they
It's hard
should
to
at least be
enforce.
aware.
We
It's
can-
hard to enforce everything else, right? Because we also have the mandatory duty.
So we can place responsibilities on city employees, but once we start to control independent contractors, they're no longer independent contractors, and that exposes
Okay.
the city to liability. So we want to have independent contractors stay independent contractors. We also want volunteers to stay volunteers so they don't give rise to liability against the city for the actions that they do.
Okay, thank you. So pretty much the non-public signage that we're going to be putting in is pretty much, it's only protecting employees, right? Because we're not creating, as Vice Mayor was somewhat alluding to, we're not creating a sanctuary area where people can just run in there and say, you can't get me in. So it's more or less for our employees within our buildings only.
The signage serves two purposes. One is to identify for anybody, really, the areas of the city that are not generally open to the public, and especially for federal immigration officials where they cannot access without a judicial warrant. Second is to identify the city property that cannot be used for non-city reasons. So like parking lots, or if we had parking garages, things like that. We could mark all of those spaces as city property and say, you cannot use them for non-city purposes. That can expand to more than just immigration enforcement. It can expand to a lot of things, and it's protecting our property, protecting our resources. So the signage serves two purposes. It's one to, it is on some level to provide safety for our employees, but it is also to inform the public, anybody really, including federal immigration officials, of where there is city property, when the public has access to it and doesn't, and when there will need to have judicial warrants to be able to access the property.
Okay, thank you. My other question, no, I think I'm good. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Are we ready for, we have another speaker.
I just wanted to thank you for doing it quickly. I really appreciate the hard work you put into it. Thank you.
All right.
I move the item.
Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Bonner?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez.
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Robinson.
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda.
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
Which takes us to the last item.
Item
Reports.
B, no, B4A. There was one item that was removed from the consent calendar. And the person that removed it is no longer in the chambers. And if there's anyone that would like to address the council on this item, joining us online, please raise your hand at this time.
I'm gonna call ICE up and have to come down here, just to prove how stupid you are.
We have one speaker online.
Okay.
Let me call the speaker.
Yes.
Sabrina, please call the speaker.
That speaker has the initial C. Please state your first and last name for the record. Unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hi, it's Claudia Citroen. You guys thought you'd get off the hook early tonight, huh? So I pulled this item because I just think it's really important that you give more direction to the finance department as they reach out to get a consultant to come up with the next 5-year plan on raising 4% all the fees and come up with new fees and so forth. You need to discuss this in the public. You can't just do this quietly and then the last minute say, well, here is the findings. There's a serious transparency concerns and Brown Act violation. You know, we always say that because you limit public participation in deciding how these fees are being calculated, especially nowadays where families are really, squeezed, and how much more can you squeeze? As Ms. Robinson has already earlier mentioned, how much more money can you ask constituents to bring in? So any finance reform that increases without legitimate cost of service analysis and a much overdue social economic impact study of low income household exposures is just a risk, and it's just not, it just, I spare my words, you know what I mean, do better, because you can't applaud yourself to supporting the youth and then turning around and running a business even more difficult here. Involve the community, get the youth in, have them help you figure out what fees that you could charge. Get creative. Don't hire consultants. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was the last speaker.
All right. Are there any questions on this item?
Just a little presentation.
Sure.
KCRT, please bring up the presentation. Is it up? Is it on? Okay. Okay. I don't see it. Thank you so much, Shannon. I appreciate it. That's
Come on
on.
over on this side.
That's fine. I only need that much. Thank you so much. This is Mubin Kaur, the Deputy Director of Finance, and we know it's April 7th today. Next slide, please. This is the quick agenda of the presentation, and I would move on to the next slide, please. And the recommended action is approve a contract with Wilden Financial Services for preparation of the traffic impact fee study and comprehensive user fee study in an amount not to exceed $59,230 for the period of April 1, 2026 through June 30, 2028. Next slide, please. The purpose of the contract is to request, is to ask council to approve a contract with this Wilden Financial Services, and the scope is to conduct a traffic impact fee study and comprehensive user study, and the amount we mentioned earlier, and so did we the term of the contract, and why do we need these studies? This is studies needed to update the fee structure to reflect the true cost of the city services, just so we're not charging more or less than what we should be. And it is consistent with the state law, basically, so it's a compliance issue as well. And also, it is to connect the impact fee study with the development impact that is potentially need to happen due to the development in the city. So there is a nexus between the developments happening and the fee we charge to them. And this particular study is primarily about the traffic impact. So, and also it does support the updates to the city's master fee schedule, just so we are charging transparently and realistically, and it also...
Sorry to interrupt, this is Antonio. Can we go to the next slide, please?
Oh, please, next slide. Thank you, Antonio. Antonio's online, by the way. Totally ignored him. Yes, so, and, to some degree, it does, reduce the reliance on the general fund, because wherever we can recover whatever costs we can fairly and equitably, we try to do that. And the next slide. This is just a summary of the RFP process and evaluation. 1,260 vendors were notified when the RFP was published, and 16 vendors downloaded, and we received 3 proposals from DTA, Matrix, and Wilden. And the qualification criteria was work plan was 40% weightage, experience and performance 25%, references 10%, and fee schedule 25%. And Wilden ranked highest overall based on qualifications and scope alignment. Recommended action. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. This is duplicate one. Recommended action is, again, a reminder: approve a contract with Wilden Financial Services for preparation of the traffic impact fee study and comprehensive user fee study in an amount not to exceed $59,230 for the period of April 1, 2026 through June 30, 2028. Any questions? And thank you so much. Oh, there's a question.
I move the item.
Great.
I second it, but I have a question.
Sure.
Well, then it's time for discussion.
My question is, who pays for these fees? Like, normally, is every resident in the city of Richmond or developers? Like, who pays it?
Absolutely. The traffic impact fee will be the developers. The master fee study is basically a review of all the fees that we have in the city providing services. So it's whoever the users of those fees are, they would be paying.
Thank you.
And how are the fees determined?
Based on the cost.
The cost of?
Master fee, yes, that is based on the cost of the service. And about the traffic impact fee, that is basically potential developments that are happening, and there is a nexus of those future developments, and it's far more complex, math above my pay scale, definitely. So that's why we're having the consultant.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense. But is the nexus the amount of traffic that the development brings?
That seems like a very good question, but for the vendor who will be doing the study, like when they are done with the analysis, we can definitely have them explain how is the fee and is determined. What were the criterias and qualification? Yeah.
All right. If there's no other comments, it's time to go for the vote.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilmember Wilson, second by Councilmember Jimenez to approve the item as written. Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Bonner?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Robinson?
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda?
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
Thank you.
Our last item is the reports of officers, referrals to staff, and general reports, including AB 1234 reports, limited to 2 minutes per council member.
All right. I'll start since I had a lot of things to do. I went to a readathon at Washington Elementary on the 26th. It was a fantastic event. I mean, it was amazing. There was a Shimada Saranara dinner, and that was on the 27th, with TAC meeting on the 27th. On April 4th, there was a Holly Festival at the Nickel Park, and at Booker T. Anderson, there was an Easter egg hunt. On the 31st, I went to a progressive Jewish Seder, which was a fantastic experience. And then on the 28th, there was a Taste of Richmond. So.
On the my screen? No. Okay. This Saturday from 10 to 1, I'll be having my 4th annual District 2 strategy meeting. This time around, we'll be in the Point Richmond area. So we'll be at the Point Richmond Community Center. Everyone is welcome to come out. We'll be having a conversation about things that are going on in the district and around the city. So hopefully everyone is able to join. And then I wanted to give a quick update, or I attended, I went up to the Capitol, and there I spoke in regards to one of the bills that is up to try to go after individuals that are continuing to steal our copper wire. And this time around, they're going to be looking to put more enforcement into the individuals that are buying the copper wire. So right now, we have a lot of laws that are that's already illegal to steal it, but there were some gray areas around the laws. So I went out there for AB 1941, and I testified in front of the committee. And then it passed the committee, and now will be making its way over, and hopefully the governor will sign. But I believe that is a new tool that hopefully we'll be able to use to go after these individuals that are continuing to steal our copper wire. So that is it for now. Thank you.
So quickly, I just wanted to say I also went to a Taste of Richmond, and I really wanted to give props and gratitude to the Chamber of Commerce and all of the folks on the Economic Development Commission who helped make that happen. It was a really successful event, really full, lots of different Richmond restaurants and artisans there, and it was just a really great event. I also wanted to say, speaking of copper wire, many folks have noticed that Carlson Boulevard now has new lights. Folks in my district have asked if the northern part of Carlson are going to receive more than 3 lights. And I just wanted to say that I got the answer. The answer is yes. There are more lights coming. So stay tuned. I think that we should be seeing 8 or so additional lights added to that section of Carlson, and that section never had them before. So this is an addition to address a long time problem along that stretch. I also spent time with the Pullman Neighborhood Council Subcommittee for beautification, walking around the neighborhood with them and identifying some issues that have been, again, long-standing issues, one of which is going to be fixed soon, which is the broken fence along the Carlson Meadow and just better maintenance over there. So really good time out in the community, and yeah, thanks. Oh, I have one more thing. Sorry. One more thing. In the time since the last time we had the opportunity to do this section of the agenda, I was actually appointed as representative for Richmond on the executive board for the GEZ, for the Green Empowerment Zone. So I just wanted to make sure that people know that Richmond will be playing that role along with the 2 other refinery cities, helping to set the agendas and to respond and kind of proactively move the Green Empowerment Zone forward.
Well, if there's no one else, then, no.
Archie said you can go ahead.
Oh, okay. No. I just wanted to quickly report that I represent City of Richmond at East Bay Wildfire Coalition. And we found a consulting group to spend with a budget of $50,000 to educate the public and raise public awareness about wildfire safety. Hopefully that will be effective. Also, as a woman elected official in the city of Richmond, I teamed up with 13 other elected women officials across America, one at the Congress, some at different senates, different mayors, city council members, and issued a statement against the war of aggression on Iran, because usually these wars are in the name of liberation of women, and we just said no to war and stop, and I'm glad there is a stop. Hopefully it will last forever. And the last thing is I'm also a member of the Hazmat Commission, because there is no liaison. The meetings are not as effective as they used to be. One of the issues I hope will be discussed are batteries. It was in the news that a battery caught fire and somebody died. I'll bring an item to the city council to ban non-certified batteries in the city, sale of them. And that's it.
And with that, this meeting is adjourned.